All right, welcome back to RetroGamingLiveTV's RPGLtv RPG Gauntlet for the quest for good RNG. Once again, I'm Xytoriak. It's just on Dragon Quest 1 before the Dragon Warrior 2 rando. GG's to all three runners, putting on a great show. We got a long one now. We got Dragon Warrior 4. It's going to be about a little over 7 hours. So without further ado, we'll just go right for it. We're going to create a new quest. And this one, we'll go ahead and name the hero RGLtv. A female and slow. All right. I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1, go. So Dragon Warrior 4 is a awesome speedrun. I love it. The first RPG I ever learned to speedrun. It's one of my favorite games growing up as a kid. You'll notice that as we started, it said chapter 1. We got multiple chapters. We won't even see the hero until the last chapter. So at the beginning here, we are a soldier named Ragnar in the Kingdom of Berland. In the Japanese version, his name is Ryan. But we don't have an armor shop girl messing with our route today. So we're gonna sell our copper sword and buy a wooden hat. This is going to give us some extra defense as we try to get through this chapter as fast as possible. First thing we're going to do is we're going to try to make it nighttime when we get into Izmit. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. All right. We want a castle walk because on the castle we don't get into any encounters. And passing 70 tiles will probably make it nighttime by the time we get there. There's a little bit of RNG with how many spaces you walk before a day and night cycle goes. So the beginning of the story is there is in the Kingdom of Berland here, the children of Izmit village are disappearing. So the king sends all of his knights out to figure out what's happening to them, and we need to stop it from happening. So that's what we're about to try to figure out. We're going to be running from everything in the chapter until we get towards the end of the tower where we find the best weapon in the chapter, and then we're going to start fighting enemies. The way the run mechanic works in this game is every time you get into a fight, your first run chance is a 50% chance to run, your second chance is a 50% chance to run, and then your third chance is 75, and then your fourth chance is guaranteed to run. So you might hear me say the word triple run fail, depending on how bad the RNG treats us. Talking to this kid tells us that there's a man that's in the jail named Alex. And that's a story trigger. So now I'm going to take off my armor, and the fastest way back to Berland is to get into a fight and death warp. If we can find an enemy. There we go. That's correct. We're gonna be, whoops, wrong one. We're gonna be looking for the Sword of Malice at the end of the, which I've heard a lot of people say when they played this casually the first time, they thought that was a cursed weapon because the Sword of Malice does sound like a cursed weapon, but it's actually not. So Alex is the husband of this woman here named Flora. She finds out, oh, her husband was missing, and now we know that he's in jail in Izmit. She'll just take me to him. So she's gonna follow us as we make another trip back to Izmit. There is a chest in this cave that I missed the first time. I'm going to grab this time. It's got 40 gold in it. We're going to use that to stock up on herbs. The wooden hat really paying off. Alright, so here's the 40 gold. Oop. We're gonna earn that 40 gold by running away first. She's trying to get in my way, Cowie. What do I do? I keep running away, she keeps following me. Oh, almost there. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna stop off at this item shop and buy 5 herbs, which is also coincidentally how many we can hold in our inventory. So we're gonna go take her to her husband. And Alex is going to tell us that all the kids have been talking to him about this secret playground. So now that we know, he told us that it's 4 spaces south and 4 spaces to the east of the signpost. We could have stepped on that tile earlier, but nothing would have happened. Now that we know that there's something there, it's going to bring us into it. And we're going to follow this mysterious voice. I think somebody's pumping Aerosmith down here. Like, walk this way. Okay, he's saying come this way, but and as long as we're on this path that's leading us down here, there's going to be no encounters. As soon as we come off of the, we're gonna come off of this path, there will be encounters. So, basically, this is what's happening to all the kids. They're coming down here and finding these flying shoes. So, we're gonna put them on and figure out what's going on. Why are these kids what's leading the kids to these flying shoes? We're gonna get off the beaten trail here. The foes suddenly attack. That's not good. All you need is one. We made it. Okay. We don't need to cut it that close again. Alright. So here we have a kind little soul named Healy. He's a healer. He's a kind healer. He's gonna join the party and he's gonna allegedly make the rest of the chapter more survivable. However, ironically, we need to death warp first to get out of here faster. And he's gonna try to keep us alive. I can swing at myself until I'm about half health. about all I'm gonna get. Because now healer, yeah, Healy's gonna try to start healing me now. So now we're gonna just use run. We want run fails because then that gives enemies a chance to hurt Ragnar. The reason I'm using this little like broom barrier tiles, you have a higher chance of getting into an encounter on a transition screen like this. There we go. True. We will probably see him make some bad decisions. Ragnar will be at like 2 HP and be like, okay, Healy, we just need you to go first and heal. But nope, he's gonna swing at the enemy instead. Triple run fail number 1. I'm not keeping track throughout the whole run. That'd be an exercise that I don't want to participate in. All right, down to the 2nd floor. Great walk. We get a scale shield here, so we'll get a 7 more defense. The All-Stars. Alright, we made it out. Now, we have doors in this game that don't actually require keys. I'm gonna... Alright. The Oswargs can cast Ice Bolt only once, so that's why I parried there, just so in case they both wanted to try it. Alright, we did alright. It's always good when you make it down to the sword on your first try. Alright, now we're gonna grind up to level 6. Those should be stats good enough to take on the boss. I say should, but the boss has a very RNG heavy mechanic. Alright, let's see. We got 2 strength. He got an agility. He got 0 HP off of 1 vitality. I'm not letting that determine. Oh, maybe I'll let this determine. This isn't good. Alright, we'll go. If you use the Sword of Malice as a weapon... Oh, we might not be surviving this. We cast Fireball. Alright. Okay, there's Berserker Healy. Okay, we have an interesting situation here. I'm not gonna burn herbs because if I death warp, I can just dive again and fight on the way down. What I will try to do is try to make it to the heal tile. Well, sure. That's not good. Oh, cool. That doesn't help. We might be able to get one fight out of this. That was the worst case scenario right there. All right, we should be able to kill this fight. Alright, and then we're just gonna death warp. When we wake up, we'll revive Healy at the shaman. Since Healy's considered an NPC, not one of the chosen ones, he only costs 10 gold to bring him back to life whenever he dies, so... Alright. Got a fresh attempt here. Go for the duck spill first because he can cast sap, which would be bad. I'll go for the lily puck because we can probably nail it in one hit. Not sure how this will go since he's got upper. Oh, we got him. Like I said, we still need level 6 anyway, so we didn't really lose anything by being booted out of the tower there. Okay, this is gonna be an unending loop. Now we're healing. Alright. Okay. Healy should heal. Well, he would have if he went first. Ragnar's next level should be a good one. It should be a better one for hit points. Alright, we're gonna parry. Alright, so... There's both. Okay, so now they can't cast Ice Bolt. Berserker Healy going in. These bantams can be scary. They have a 1 in 6 chance of putting you to sleep every time they swing at you. Alright, we should be alright. There's level 6. Okay, so depending on our stats, we'll probably try it anyway. So there's 4 vitality, 8 HP. So we're at 44. That's low. So I'm still gonna fight things, but I'll still try it. Actually, we'll just fight around the heal tile. Yeah, we'll take level 7. The enemies like the pixie there, they have different targeting. There's like a quote-unquote normal targeting system where like the enemy just randomly picks somebody and hits. There's a better chance of hitting somebody in the front than in the back. Pixies have another kind where they like to gank. They pick somebody and they keep swinging at that person until they're dead. So if there are two pixies and they're in the same group, they would both focus on the same person, and they wouldn't switch until they died. So since these are in two different groups, they might choose two different targets. Really doing a little cheating. I mentioned the cheating. Hopefully we don't see it against us with a giant eyeball. Oops, I thought I was below it. So this boss fight that's coming up, we have the Sorrow Shadow. He's got 250 hit points. And then we have a giant eyeball that's got 42 hit points, and it likes to what we in the community like to call cheat, where it'll take an action like swing at you and still take half damage like it's parrying. And if it does that, it's usually a bad time. It usually means we're gonna be sent back, because if it enrages, then it likes to crit, and then if it starts critting a lot, then we're not gonna make it very far. I think this will be level 7 here. Yep. Get 3 more strength, and we're gonna, ooh, 9 more hit points. That's definitely enough. So now, with any luck, we will not have to use a lot of resources to make it to boss. One step encounter. And the All-Stars. Almost there, just a few steps. Oh, they haven't seen us. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna use an herb on Healy. Just because the beginning of this fight can just be it can go wrong real quick. Healy needs to survive for a while. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is swing at the giant eyeball. He's on guard. That's might be okay. Okay, he's on guard again. That's good. Healy heals. Alright, cool. Now we want him to take full damage. Healy heals himself. Good. Alright, we're good. We're in a good spot now. That's 1. That's 2. Three. He should heal himself. 4. 5. 6. 7, 8, or 7, 8. 9. All right, cool. In my that was one of the parts I was worried about this run, because in my practice I died to him more than I won to him, so. It's nice to see a first try. Did have to go to level 7, but I think that was the right move. So we're going to use up our herbs, so we don't need to bring them into Chapter 5. And then we're going to use the flying shoes one more time, because there's a chest that we can get in here. We're going to get a wing of wyvern. And then that'll just prevent us from having to walk back to Berlin after dropping the kids off at Izmit. So, yep, right here we got our wing of the wyvern. So we are going to bring the kids back. We found out basically Sorrow Shadow was abducting the kids because they heard that the hero of legend was being born, and so they were basically trying to get rid of all kids to make sure they could get rid of the hero. And so the King of Berlin is going to ask Ragnar, you've done a great job. We'll basically grant you a wish without being, a genie or something. And he says, I want to go search for the hero and protect him. So he's going to leave Berlin and search for the hero. He's going to give us a giant experience boost, which would have been, very helpful if, on this mission, but... I'll give you anything you want. I want to peace out. Alright, so now we're gonna say bye to Ragnar until pretty much until past the halfway point of the entire game. So we won't see him again for about over 3 hours. Alright, chapter 2. We have Alina, who is the best girl. She's kind of a tomboy. Her dad is very overprotective, so he's like, you're not allowed to leave the castle. And we basically say, yeah, we'll see about that. So we need to talk to some people. We gotta talk to this guard. We have to talk to our future teammates, Christo and Bray. First conversation with Christo alludes that he's got a big crush on Alina. We find out that Bray is a crotchety old man. Why couldn't you be as refined as your mother? He's, stuck in the past. That allows the person that's fixing our wall to disappear. We can grab this feather hat out of our room. And we say, oh, they didn't really use high quality wood on this. So Alina's just gonna kick it down. Smash. Now to validate our run, we gotta talk to the kitty. Alright. Hey. What's really more dangerous? The enemies outside of Sand Team or Christo stuck inside Sand Team? Alright, there's a few different strategies that people have employed throughout the years here. What I'm going to do is a little bit of a safer strategy. So I'm going to keep the feather hat. Which means I'm just going to buy this copper sword, give it to Christo, and then Christo's going to give his club to Alina. Some people like to sell her feather hat and get a wooden hat instead, and give her a thorn whip, which is fast. Oops. How did I mess this up? Oh, I transferred the wrong thing, that's why. Sorry, there's somebody doing yard work right outside my window. Like, literally right there. Okay, so now we're gonna do a tiny little grind session. We are getting the party to levels 4, 4, and 3. 4 will give Christo upper, and 3 will give Bray sap. You'd think I'd have one of those recording in progress, you know. My buddy's got one for his studio, so. Alright, there's level 2 for Alina. That is a very above average level 2. I'm happy with that. Okay, let's do something like that. So I'm not going to be counting our stats as we go along, but when we get to level 11, we would like for her to have like above 42 strength after we get the strength seeds, and then we would like her to have like above 80 HP. But I'm not gonna like stress out and worry about her stat growth as we go, because once you hit to like levels like 8, 9, 10, 11, like you get a much bigger window of like good stat growth, so. Alright, I'm gonna use the inn since Bray is out of MP. I'm also gonna hopefully get some minions or something with good gold gain. I'm gonna differ from the world record and like the high RNG double slime grind. I'm gonna grind as I go to level 9, and then once we hit 9, then we'll do the story triggers and whatnot and get 1 metal slime in Endor. So with this route, that means that I want to get after this little boss fight here, I'm going to want to get a boomerang from the item shop. Oh, we got a wing. Extra wing. So that means that we'll need to have 250 gold after the boss fight, and we're gonna get 100 from it, I think. If I remember correctly. Alright, level 3 Alina. Level 3 Christo. Go get him, Bray. Alright, Bray hits level 3, so that's going to give him the sap spell. I'm almost thinking about switching to just mashing. This turbo isn't working as fast as I remember it to. Alright, Christo taking one by himself. I mean, great round. Hello, heal. Alright. So in this boss fight that's coming up here, we're gonna take advantage of a mechanic called coffin blocking, and it's called that because in the Famicom version, instead of having a ghost following a party if they're dead, it's a little coffin that follows around. But basically what's going to happen is I'm going to rearrange the party, and then the goal is basically Bray gets off sap on the boss, and then he's going to pass away. And what's going to happen then is all the enemies are not going to be able to target Christo behind the coffin. And then by boosting Alina's defense so they get so high they can't hurt her, it makes things way safer than usual. Not getting great encounters, but we're getting encounters. Bray wasting his last ice bolt. That's about on par with his intelligence. They don't. Why didn't you target the same one? They are doing everything they can to waste Alina's attacks. And Bray's ice bolts. So I'll need to get up to 250 gold, that's what it is. Let's get some better encounters. That's better. That's better for gold. Alina 4. We take one more for Christo 4. Alright, that's upper. I'm gonna take one more fight. I'm gonna be able to sell my club, but I just need a little bit more gold. Hey Bray, if you went a little bit faster, you wouldn't have taken that 3 damage. Just letting you know for the future, buddy. only a slightly unfortunate part is that means that Bray is going to be 30 gold to revive, I think, now. We're gonna talk to this guy. There's some monster that's terrorizing the village, and they offer young kids to it to appease it. And his daughter is next in line, but we just said we'll take care of the monster for him. So now we get into the infamous joke: don't ever litter the litter. Alright, so we're gonna have 2 rabbit hounds and a chameleon humanoid. We're going to swing at Doggo A, sap the humanoid, upper Alina. Alina's asleep, that's fine. Sap got off, okay. Upper got out, okay, so she woke up. He's gonna ice bolt himself. Christo's gonna parry. Perfect. Now Christo is safe in the back, and they can only swing at Alina. And since she's got the upper on her, they can only do like 1 damage to her at a time. We want to kill the humanoid last because by doing that, it's going to guarantee a life force nut drop, and we're going to use that on Alina. So we're going to get rid of the rabbit hounds first. He's got heal. He's got 6 MP, so he can heal twice. Oh, we got another sleep hit. In this game, your first turn that you're asleep, you have a 25% chance to wake up, then the next turn 50, next turn 75, and then you're guaranteed to wake up. And that goes for enemies as well. And she is a sleepy girl. That's fine. It's the fight is still safe. It's just going to take a little longer. He's got 40 HP, so now he's down to 20. 9. Got him. Alright. Bray is gonna stay dead basically for the rest of the chapter until we go metal slime hunting. He's just gonna be coffin blocking Christo the whole time. We can do this. We're gonna talk to this guy. Sell Alina's club. Buy her a boomerang. Alright, so that ups her damage. Nice thing about that too is anybody can use that, so later when we get her a better weapon, we can hand the boomerang off to Christo. So we get another life force nut on that same tile. So now we have 2. Those are going to increase our HP by 4 to 6 HP, our max HP. And we're going to use that to... we're gonna save scum them, so we're gonna save, use them. If we don't get the max HP, then we're gonna reset and use them again. Because we want to have... Alina's got to have really high stats so that we can try to make it through the tournament at the end of the chapter. So we're still in the old zone now. We should be approaching the new zone. We would love to see like 5 carnivore plants. That's like the best fight we can get here. We're gonna save the Bromard for last. There's a 1 in 128 chance that it can drop a strength seed. We'll steal. And we're just gonna grind out here until either A, it's nighttime, or B, Crystal runs out of magic. The only thing that matters for what enemy you kill last is that's the enemy that the game looks to see if it drops an item. So by killing the Bromard last, that's what causes it to look for a strength seed for like a 1 in 28. Otherwise, like a demon toadstool like that, it's got like a 1 in 32 chance to drop an antidote or something like that. Yeah, so anytime we see a Bromard, we're gonna probably fight it, and we're definitely gonna kill it last. This will probably be the last fight. Yeah. Alright. That's fine. First we gain level 6. Play it real safe here. We don't need anybody dying and then needing to do more grinding. So normally I would just go to the end, but I want to maximize, so I'm going to go save first and save scum these HP seeds. So if they're not a 6, we're gonna reset. It's basically a 1 in 3 chance. It's either a 4 or 5 or a 6. Went the wrong way. Couldn't find the reset button that time. Alright, let's try the other one. Let's see if the other one's better. Oh. Wow. 55454. Usually it doesn't take this long to get a max roll. Yeah. Wow. I promise you that a 6 is possible. There we go. Yeah. And if we can RNG manip 4s, we can RNG manip anything, right? I'm gonna get really good at this menu though. Hey, there we go. I just needed to mess around in the menu for a minute. Okay. Everybody's gathered around the inn. We're gonna go in and they're gonna find out there's somebody that was posing as the princess in her party, and they think these kidnappers think that they got her, and they got the actress, but they don't have us. Oh, hit right. Thank you. I'm just gonna buy a couple of herbs here. Get a third one since we're gonna use it right now. Okay. And we're gonna continue to grind here for a little bit. We need to get the chainmail before we leave here. Great. This is a perfect fight. They like to call healers, and that's fine. Okay, she's not going to be able to kill one on her own. You hit the wrong one, dear. I thought they had higher max HP than that. That's okay. Hey, another one. What's also nice is the fact that they're so slow. Like, you can pretty much do the attack up, and more often than not, they're both going to get their turn before any of the plants do. Nice crit. Nice crit. Oh. Okay. I'm not upset with this at all. This is perfect, actually. And after this, we should be able to just go buy what we need. There we go. Cool. Great. Fast grind, especially for how slow the first part went. So okay. Made up for that. Seed scumming. We're gonna sell the silk robe. We're gonna buy a chainmail. And I'll buy one more medical herb. Don't pull an error. Okay. So now the next step of what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna go to the bazaar, but on the way I'm gonna grab the gold out of the bracelet cave. Saving for safety. And then, so we're gonna grab the gold out of the bracelet cave and go down to the bazaar, and we're gonna fight most of the things along the way. By the time we get there, we should have enough for a chain sickle for Alina, and then we'll give the boomerang to Christo. And then eventually we're gonna get an iron spear for Christo too. But then we're basically gonna grind down there until we hit level 9, and then we're gonna basically do all the story checks after that. It's an on and off block. Okay. Level 7. What do we got? Blaze Ghosts, we're not fighting them. There's too much unpredictability. They can split when you hit them, and yeah. They, as you can see, they blaze Christo in the back, so they can target whoever they want to with the blaze spell. Level 7 for Christo. What do we got? We can fight this, but I'm gonna be a little safe about it. Dodged Alina. DQ agility rolls. Cool. Another 100 gold. Oh. Yeah. Get that gold. I think I'm gonna do this. Upper wouldn't do anything against the fireballs. We just wanted to make sure that We didn't die to one there. Okay. Keep her healed at this point, because there's some nasty things that we can come across. Bromhards are not one of them. We will take that. I guess I don't really need to upper her anymore against them. Nice crit. Don't know what's going on with my sound, but... we're gonna see if we can make it to the bazaar. Almost there. It's on the side of the... Alright. We got plenty of gold. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell Christo's copper sword. Buy a chain sickle for Alina. We only need to get about 5. Oh, not even, because we can sell the boomerang, so... Alright. I mean, you get some levels anyway, so... we would love to see like 6 Sandmasters. Orcs we're not fighting, they can target Christo. And they cast Surround. Oops. This is fine. So we're just gonna fight around here for a little bit. We only need 2 levels. They're bewildered, okay. We like the Sandmasters, we don't like the Orcs. These guys can be scary, because they can crit. In fact, I might... I forget how much they can crit for. Let's see the Sandmaster fight. Then I can stretch. Forgers can be scary, they can crit too. I also like to run away. Which is annoying when you like almost kill one and they run away. Get some... Alright. I said I'm not gonna be worried about our stats until we get there. We can always go to level 12 if we have to. We'll probably just keep grinding until Christo's out of MP here. Before we go back into the bazaar. I'll try this one. He casts around, I'm out. Okay. So we're almost getting there. Alright, we got... I can cast heal here. And they ambush. The reason I'm not uppering here is because that Crested Viper can cast defense like that. Alright, we'll be okay. We should be okay. I was waiting for it to do that before I wanted to do an upper or whatever. Then I needed to heal, so okay, everything worked out. We have enough for spear and for the rest of our shopping actually, so we're gonna sell our boomerang. I'm gonna buy an iron spear. And equip them with it. We can grab everything else we need here. We want 5 wings, maybe 1 more herb. We're gonna grab a strength seed out of this pot. We need to do a story trigger. This card's gonna tell us that something happened back in Sand Team. The king is in trouble. Basically what happened is he lost the ability to speak after having a nightmare. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1 from before, so that's 5 total, and then we're gonna buy 1 more medical herb. Okay, so we'll dive for the golden bracelet now. With the iron spear, Christo will be hitting just a little bit under Alina now, and can actually do some real damage. And we'll still fight for most of the way down, but we're gonna death warp at the bottom. I'm gonna get rid of the Cordra so he can't crit, and then I'm gonna play it by ear. Oh, that was the wrong spell. That worked out. I don't foresee us running out of MP. It's possible, but... They're all faster than Christo. Oh, God. I was totally expecting Christo to be the last person to go there. This isn't a great fight. I might run from it in the future. Yeah. It gives him some gold, though. Triple run fail. The game called my bluff. We'll teach you to try to run from this fight. Let me grab this agility seed here. Still not fighting anything with the Blaze Ghost in it. That'll go to Blaze Ghost. That's fine. Okay. Nice crit. I suppose I haven't talked about the crit rates. So, all the heroes, all the chosen ones have the same crit rate of a 1 in 64 chance, except for Alina. She's built like a fighter from Dragon Warrior 3, so her crit rate is her level divided by 256, which means that levels 1 through 3 she is less likely to crit than the rest. Level 4 she's as likely to crit, and then beyond that she's more likely to crit. So like right now at level 8 she's I think about twice as likely to crit. She's got like a 1 in 32 chance, I think, if my math is correct. I knew there was a chance that she could take out that Somna beat all on her own, but I didn't want to take the chance of it putting me to sleep. Level 9. 4 strength. 5 HP. We still have an HP seed that we're going to grab in Endor too, so... that's 60 right now, and she's going to get 2 more levels. Hard to say what it'll look like, but we'll see. I'm at a point too where I'll be able to save Scum level 11. Poison her, she'll crit you back. You have it? Yeah, why not? We're almost at the bracelet anyway. We want to keep fighting. We want to get Christo up to level 9. It's not imperative to like the run at this point or anything, but so those kidnappers we saw back at the end, they basically said, we're kidnapping the princess here, don't try and follow us. If you want to get her back, you're going to find the golden bracelet and give it to us, and that's what we're here to get. And this golden bracelet is actually going to end up being a huge pivotal part of the story throughout the game. Just a few steps away. Our old friends, the Oswargs. They can't hurt us anymore. Alright. Got the golden bracelet. So now we're ready to go back. I'm not going to unequip Christo's gear because he's just wearing Wayfarer clothes. It's not going to do much to him. Alright. That's gonna be our fastest way out of the cave and back to Frenor. I'm gonna re-equip because I usually forget. First thing we're gonna do is revive Christo. And we're gonna save. And we're going to do a second iteration of castle walking like we did to open the game. We need it to be nighttime, so we're going to use this Wing of Wyvern and go back to Santime. And we're just going to castle walk here until it's nighttime. This isn't that hard, but it takes a little getting used to make sure that you don't step off the castle as I mess it up. I knew that when I was going to start talking. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to go back to Frenor, which is where we just were, but we needed it to be nighttime. You couldn't. This is the first game where it actually kept you in your day-night cycle where you were when you started returning different places. In Dragon Warrior 3, it always starts you at the beginning of the day whenever you cast Return or use a wing. So here they are. We give them the golden bracelet. She thanks us for rescuing her, and she's like, "I'm actually not the princess," and we know that because we are the princess. But they give us the Thief's Key, and we need that to get into the Birdsong Tower. We're gonna have a new day, and we're gonna save one more time because Birdsong can be scary. It's a lot less scary at level 9 than if you were to do 2 Metal Slime route. You're going in there at level 6, and it's a lot more dangerous. So now we're gonna wing back to the bazaar. And we're gonna just make our way there. We're basically just gonna run from everything. Is this the... yeah, encounter 1 zone, or zone 1 encounter. This is it. Would have loved to see them earlier. I'm tempted to like take it, but if we don't make it through the tower, I'm resetting, so it would just be a waste of time. And I also don't want to make sure that I don't get too far into level 9 that I can't save scum level 11 after the slime. So this is the door that we would need the Thief's Key for. Wouldn't be able to get up here without it. And we're going to try to do the tower in one sweep, which means that there's 2 chests on floor 3 that we need to go out of the way to get. There's 1200 gold and another strength seed. Generally, if you're going here at level 6, you might skip this the first time and come back after you did your metal slime grind. These guys are scary. They can cast Fireball, which is an AoE. There's the gold. And the strength seed. Okay, back to a quote-unquote safer floor for a little bit. Almost at the... These guys are a little scary. They can hit, but... Alright, so this is a dangerous floor. This is the same floor we were just on to get the treasure chests. Example of a scary encounter, those guys like to breathe fireballs. There's a lot of things that your defense doesn't matter on, like spell damage for pterodons and fireballs for the butterfly dragons, and they hit both characters, so but we're almost there. We just need to make it to that staircase. That was a very, very kind tower. That was way above average in terms of how good that could be. Alright, so now we got this nectar. We can use that on the king to let him talk again. Alright. I can speak! I can speak! So now that we did this for him, he realizes that I'm not a helpless princess anymore, and he knows something bad's about to happen, so he's like, you, Brain, Christo, like, you can go out and do your thing. So that's a story trigger. So now there's a portal that we can go to, and there was a guard that would have said, the king will never let me let you leave the kingdom. And so now that we you know, prove to him that, hey, we can handle this, now the guard won't stop us from going to Endor. We're gonna safety save just to be safe. We need the gold that we're holding, so. Oh, we're not casting return yet. We're gonna use the wing of one. Go back to the bazaar. Triple run fail. I was not expecting one three steps away. And this is the only teleportal will be, well, I can't say it. The only guaranteed one. We might step on one way later at the end of the Babel grind, but hopefully we won't have to. Alright, so this is a scary walk here. We're gonna run from everything. And then we're gonna castle walk until nighttime, because nighttime it's twice as likely to get an encounter, and we're gonna be looking for metal slimes. So, let the metal slime grind begin. So we're gonna run from absolutely everything except for metal slimes. They're gonna either be 3 HP or 4 HP. They have a very high chance to run. We only have a 3 in 256 or 30 in 256 chance to see one every encounter. And we have about a 1 in 9 chance to kill one when we see one, so. Put my armrest down because I know I'm gonna have to be reaching for the reset button quite a bit. Certain encounters will still, like, you know, if we run fail, we'll still watch it through or something. But something like that, where there's a good chance that somebody's gonna die, or like, if I run failed from these, there's a really good chance that someone's dying. Or you just have to spend a lot of time healing afterwards. This is going to be a little bit of a time waster. And somehow they always like to go after Bray. But that's only one heal, we'll be fine. Metal slime number 1. Runs away. And when we swing at them, they only have a 1 in 3 chance of hitting it. So this is going to be our life for a little bit until we kill a metal slime. So you can see that we're level 6 and going for 2 metal slimes. One metal slime will bring you up to level 9, the other one will bring you up to like level 11. I like to do this because you're guaranteeing getting the up to level 9 and then only having to get 1 metal slime. It's RNG though, right? So it halves it in case you're having a bad slime grind. But if you're sometimes like when you're doing if you're doing PB attempts for like a low 6-hour time, like you can get 2 metal slimes really quickly, and then if everything else went well, like you could be getting into grinding here like by the 1-hour mark. I saw 2 Christos and I reset. Man, Rogue Knights are just having it out for me. And as you can imagine, for PB really fast time attempts, this is where a lot of runs go to die. Let's see. Let's see if we can find the metal slime in the next 3 encounters. Yeah, we're not. And try up here. Oh, this is still about average. I mean, if I'm being completely realistic and honest, if we make it out of chapter 2 by the 2-hour mark, I'll be happy. Metal slime number 2 runs away. Metal slime number 3 runs away. Made it to daytime. Metal slime number 4 is bewildered. Crystal for 1. Still here. Crystal for 2. Brave for 3. Got him. That's great. Right? Alright. So, let me see. To get to level 11, Alina needs 2798 XP. I was gonna use this to go take a bathroom break. I'll have to wait until chapter 3. Okay. We're gonna use up all of our seeds and whatnot before we make a decision on what stats we would scum for 11. So first we need to talk to the king to do a story trigger for the tournament. And grab the last life force nut. Want to make sure she's got everything before we start scumming. We're also just gonna go get the Iron Claw now. Since we're gonna be taking some fights to get to level 11, might as well do more damage. Hey, Samson, get out of my way. I did notice her stat gains were enough to where I am going to max everything. Alright, so just like when we were in Frenor, we're gonna have to... Alright, good start though. Take it. Oops. Hit the wrong button. I'm just RNG manipulating the next two seeds, that's all I'm doing. One last one. All right. It's funny how doing 4 took less time than doing 2 earlier. Alright, what's her stats? 40 and 71. So I basically want at least 4 strength. I wouldn't take less than 4, and then I would like 9 HP. And she's got about 120 XP to get there, so... We're gonna go fight outside the bazaar. About 90-ish, 80-ish. This is enough to do it, so... Alright, let's hope we... 4 strength and... I'm not taking 3. No way. Okay. This will be... What am I doing? Going to Serene, not Santine. Just doing this so that we don't have to do like multiple fights, or less chance of doing multiple fights between level ups. But if the game's going to give us a fight like this, it's going to take more than one. Okay, 4 strength, 9 HP, let's go. 5 strength? That's not gonna be enough, is it? No. I can be lenient on the 9 HP, but that was way too little. I want her to be at least somewhat close to 80. What is... Oh, she's like 8 away now. Okay, well. I should have done better math. Now I can, you know, outside of Frenor. Come on. Come on. Come on, enemies. Yeah. Next try. 4 strength. We need more vitality than that. Even if it was like 6 or 7, I would probably take. These are just really bad rolls, because she should be getting better vitality rolls than this. Well, no. That brought her up to 80, I might go. I'll take one or the other even. This is right on the cusp. I don't have to go to 12, but we just need to have a decent 11. Mineral. Four strength, 2 vitality again. Oh my god. I'm just gonna do it. I'm tired of resetting. I wouldn't say this is a terrible Alina. I wouldn't say it's a great Alina. It's a pretty, like, right on par average Alina. Strength is a little bit high, and HP is a little bit low, so. Yeah, if we crit Samson, or crit, you know, get by him and crit Linguar, might not even be a problem. Or even crit Rorik or something, so. That would be wonderful. I mean, I wouldn't say no to critting them all. We need to buy a couple more medical herbs. All right, we're gonna go. Han has 70 HP, and he outturned us. That's not a good start. Outsped us again. Not a good start. Rorik throws the boomerang. Oh, there's a crit. Well. All right, I'm gonna defend out her magic, I think. Two. Jerk. 4. 6, 8. And there, she's out. Don't dodge. That was rude. Okay. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Apparently my internet decided to be a little silly. All right. So, thanks, Eric. So what actually ended up happening was literally turn 2 Samson crit, and then Lingwar gave me a scare. I had to use like 2 or 3 herbs on him, but we made it. So here we are. Now I have to remember how to get through capitalism. Okay. So remember when I said I'd be happy if we made it out of chapter 2 in 2 hours? Just on the nose. So, yeah, Toulouse's gonna stay at level 1 the entire run. Yeah, so at the end of chapter 2, basically, yeah, we finished the tournament. I sold Christo's Iron Spear and bought him an Iron Shield. Then I bought Brave 8 Fairy Waters. And then here we got the Chain Sickle out of the Iron Safe Cave, and now we're making it to Bun Malmo. Okay. Now you're caught up. Oh, everybody in Santeem is gone, presumably dead forever. The prince wants us to meet him in the backyard at night, and his assistant says, "Stop talking to a commoner." We're gonna, so, just for that, we're gonna break a dude out of jail. So, oh, we would have. Okay. We're gonna get caught first, and goodness. Sorry. A little flustered. We'll settle back in. Everything is fine. What we were supposed to do is come over here and sell that chain sickle first. And we're gonna buy 5 wings. So 20, okay. Okay, now we're gonna go break a guy out of jail. Okay. This guy's Tom. He's from Lakanaba, just like us. He got caught stealing. He got caught stealing once when he was 5. So we're gonna break him out. He learned his lesson. Oh, he claims he learned his lesson. We might just be aiding and abetting. But, that was not the right place to go. Everything's fine. I literally only used one. Okay. Alright. 1 back to Lakanaba, 1 out of Lakanaba, 1 back to Bun Malmo. Yeah. Castle walking again. Just gonna start spiraling out of control. Okay. Then we're gonna come up to here, talk to him. He's gonna give us a letter. Basically, there's this whole thing. The King of Bunmalma wants to invade Endor. This guy, Reed, his prince, or the prince, his son, wants to marry the princess of Endor. So we're gonna prevent a war by basically getting them married. Alright, so we're gonna come back here. Tom's gonna pay us back by letting us take his dog. And Tom is the best boy. He's such a good boy that we're not even gonna give him back at the end of the chapter. I've always been Baze Talon. We need him so that we can break the spell on this fox that this fox is casting on people here. So he catches the scent of something. This guy is actually not a person, he is a fox. So we'll let him go. He's gonna give us a full plate. He's gonna run away. This guy needs to finish building the bridge to Endor. So we're gonna use the wing to go to Bunmalma. Okay, where am I at here? We need to sell our full plate to this guy. This kingdom doesn't have any armor, so this guy will give us random offerings for armor. We're gonna use capitalism to get some gold. We want at least 2731 from him for this thing. There's a crit. Alright, so we don't, yeah, we're good. So just like a fight, that guy gives you like a range of prices, and it's basically the same mechanic where he'll double his price of what he'll offer you, and that's considered a crit. So we talked to the king. That was a story trigger to finish the bridge, and now we're gonna save here because we don't want to lose the money as we walk down to Endor. So everything here is really scary. We do have an herb if we need it, but there's also a chance we might not even get into an encounter. Cool. So we don't need to use the inn for resources. This is to reset the day-night cycle. And then we're going to spend as much gold as we can because we're going to death warp, but we want to keep as much as possible. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy... We would normally buy a bronze armor, but we can buy 2 iron aprons now. And then we can buy an iron shield. And then we can buy a wooden hat. We want to replace the lunch with a medical herb, and then we're going to buy a wing of the Wireman. So that should be our inventory full, and then we're going to equip up. Now we have really high defense, so things shouldn't hurt us. There's a... Well, we'll just leave it at that. We're going to go talk to the princess. We'll do this little fun thing. We're gonna use the prince's letter. Basically, he was confessing his love to her. And now the king is gonna step on our dog. Gives us a royal scroll to bring back to the king of Bunmalma. So now we're going to use a Wing of Wyvern and go back to Endor. And we're gonna loot half of this cave up here. That was the best walk I've ever seen. Alright. Take the ship around. Pew! This is gonna replace our wing. Gonna go all the way around here, and then there's a switch that we're gonna hit. The LF rovers are totally they can't hurt us. One step away. Duck spills. He casts sap. You can't let the duck spill smell your fear. Okay. Another nice thing is if we get sent out of here before we do everything, that switch is flipped, so it's kind of like a shortcut. Harmless was the word I was looking for. LF rovers are harmless to us. There's an optional medical herb down there that I could grab if I wanted to. I don't know. Oh, I do. Get an iron spear. We'll go a little bit. Ooh, okay. Emphasis on the little bit. Okay. We got one more chest to get. Good guy vampire bat. This is more like the Yep, mm-hmm. Yep, mm-hmm. Okay, made it. That was scary. That's what I was waiting for too, Anatolia. Alright, alright, now we're gonna sell stuff. Whoa, that was the wrong item. Okay. Iron aprons we're not gonna let go for less than 1,700. $1,500, that's what I paid for it. $1,850, you'll take that. We'll take that. Alright, so now the iron shield we want 700. We'll take that. That's a, I think that might have been a crit. Now the silver statuette that we got is going to give us 25,000 gold from this philanthropist. I just forget where the stairs is on there. Alright, this guy. Is that a silver statuette? I'll give you 25,000. Alright. Now we need 35,000 to open a shop. So, the way we're gonna do that is we're gonna buy a bunch of iron aprons here and sell them for more in Bon Malmo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're buying them for 1,500 apiece. We're not going to let them go for less than 1,700 apiece. Before we go back to Bon Malmo, we're going to tell the king. I'm going to talk to the king. Alright, we insured peace, so he's going to let us, he's giving us permission to buy a shop. Alright, now the shopping grind starts. We just gotta stay vigilant, not take anything under 1,700. $12.89 is among his worst offers that he can do. $18.75 is good. $17.10 is good. We didn't take 1,500, why would we take 1,200? There's a crit. He's gonna keep getting some bad ones now. Oh, I guess I just have to complain. Another crit. I am so close. That's funny. We only need like 4. Oops. I'm gonna do 7 just because it's gonna make the other shop happen that much faster. I forgot to get. Oh, I'm just doing it wrong. That's fine. $240. I bet that really turned your run around too. So we're definitely, this is gonna be enough. We'll only have to do 2 trips. I don't know if it's even I guess it is possible to have it done in 1 trip, but wow, that was a really good first round. Oh, 65, I think that is the lowest he can go. Oh, that's close enough. At this point, I'm also thinking about time, and since we were like literally 3 gold off, I'm like, oh, okay, now it doesn't matter. We just crit again, almost max crit, so as long as I'm not taking a loss on them, I'm selling them. Alright. This would be a gold if I was using my splits. Alright, what can I get? We can start off with an abacus. Actually, we can start off with an abacus and a morning star. Exactly. All right, we own the shop now. Now, we're gonna use capitalism to get rich. We're just gonna keep buying weapons from our neighbor and selling them higher. Alright, since I had 2 things right away, I'm gonna go ahead and sleep twice. She has a % chance of selling all the stuff, like every time you sleep. The more times you sleep, the higher the chances go. So we'll take like multiple, like, quote unquote in trips right there. Alright, so we already got 5,000. So we're gonna buy 3 abaca. 3 abagoose. That's the plural for abacus, right? Looks like Strom might be trespassing in our yard. Sir, get out of my yard. I think he's having an affair with my wife. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to get out of my yard. If he moves up again, I'm just leaving and coming back. Alright, now we'll start staying 3 times. Alright. What did we get? 8,600. Fantastic. Something I like to, I think I usually around this time in the run when I'm watching other people, I like to ask them, what do you think Talon's lunch is? I think the best one I've heard is like an Italian sub, but it's like the greasiest, like oiliest sandwich you could imagine. Yeah, a grinder. Yeah, exactly. I could see that. Yeah, a messy one that gets all over his overalls. Just like marinara's just like dripping off of it. If I'm thinking of the right thing. I think of a grinder as like a meatball sub. I could be completely wrong. I had a little bit of a breakfast between Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Warrior 4 during that Dragon Warrior 2 rando, but I could eat something. But we still have, we still have about 4.5 hours left of this run. I do have a Lunchable I could grab at some point. $15,100. So we want to get about, what, 24,000 basically. Alright. This is the bathroom break one when I go to give these to Netta. Yep, alright. Oh, what is going on? There we go. Okay. Alright, we are gonna sleep 3 times, and if we're above 25,000, I think then we're good to go on to the next chunk. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do a couple more. I want to bring a little bit of safety into Chapter 5. In the form of a few extra iron aprons. If this was like a PB attempt, I wouldn't do this, but nothing wrong with a little bit of safety. So, now that we've been sold every single abacus in the kingdom, we're gonna get 6 half plates and 6 broadswords. No, 7 of each. 6 is the other version. So yeah, 7 of each. Fulfill an order for the king. So we're gonna eat our lunch, and we're gonna head over and get a wing. And then get 7 half plates that we can get from lady down here. One. It's okay that he can't be equipped. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. And then we're gonna need 7 broadswords, but they don't sell them in Endor. They do sell them in Malmos. That's why we grabbed that wing. So we are going to just speak to the king. And then we're gonna deliver half of that order. Gonna wing so we can get back to Endor. One, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. All right, there's a marathon save that I'm gonna do here. Because if we run into a duck spill between here and the cave and we die, then we'd have to grind back 30,000 gold, and I don't feel like doing that. The chances of that happening are very small, but I still don't like them odds. You're darn right I'm a coward. Especially after the one that nearly ended me in the cave. Alright, so we're gonna buy an iron apron. We're gonna buy an iron shield. And then I can get like 3 more iron aprons. Oops, well, that's fine. That was a mistake, that's fine. Buy a wing. Buy as many fairy waters as I can carry. Might buy one more later too. Wow. This is the safety save we're taking. It would be funny if I ran into a duck spill and it killed me and I was vindicated. But the rule is, you know, if you do the safety save, you don't even see one. If you don't do the safety save, that's when they send you back. That could have been even as bad. Nuff said. Nuff said. I am so happy that just happened in a marathon. That's hilarious. I mean, I get it. I didn't need to save because I made it, but as if to demonstrate my point. So you can't bring your gold with you, obviously, between chapters, but you can bring your inventory. So that's why I loaded them up with some iron aprons and some fairy waters. So that once we get done with the lighthouse, we'll have some fairy waters. And then if anything goes really sideways, we got some extra things we can sell for gold in chapter 5. trying to figure out how to argue with you, and I can't, and I hate that. I'll take a 43 minute chapter 5 or 3. I would take a 43 minute chapter 5, yeah, but 43 minute chapter 3, yeah. Especially in a marathon. Now we get some good music. Hello. Okay, well apparently my controller stopped. There we go. Okay, Naramara. Marinara. Their dad got killed by Balzac. We're gonna kill Balzac. We grabbed some gold from somebody that dropped it there from the night before. We got $100 wages from him. We got a strength C and we got an herb. And we're gonna head up to their hometown of Kieves. Kieves, I don't know. We're gonna have some new battle music. And yeah. Chapter 4 music is just cool. Boop 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 boop. Alright, where are we going? We are going. Alright. So, do a little shopping trip. I'm gonna sell Nara's copper sword. We're gonna sell Nara's strength seed. And we're gonna sell Mara's dancer's costume. We're gonna sell... No, buy. We're gonna buy now. A leather dress for Mara. I'll buy feather hat for Mara. I'll buy 5 herbs for Mara. Then we're gonna buy 2 wings. Oops. A little trigger happy with the A button there. 2 wings for Nara. And I usually like to buy 2 antidotes for Nara. I feel like I always need 2 or 0, so I always get 2 now. Alright, so this dog recognizes us. If we change our order, then he's gonna go through us, and then we can equip. I think I give these both to Nara. You know what? I'm gonna do the way I've been practicing. Oh. can stay at the inn for free. Okay, so now we have a dive to do into a cave. This is a little bit scary. It's a dangerous dive, you know. So hopefully we make it down to Orin. That's not the best start. Make it in, alright. Oh, a 0-step encounter. Oh, it's a Z-mime, we're fine. I'm gonna use up Nara's MP while she's still alive and while she still has it. We still have 6 herbs. Not great. Not a great start. I'd like to keep both sisters alive. If possible. Alright. We need to make it to the 3rd floor. We're on the 2nd. Almost to the 3rd floor. Wow. I thought I'd at least make it to the switch. Okay. I think we're alright. Oh, wow, I did not know that that could happen. Bye, Nara. Bye, Mara. That was totally avoidable. And I can't afford to revive. You're gonna have to make it alone. We're gonna have to safety save and just pray. Alright, so what we're gonna do... hold our breath. We have the safety save now, so we need, you know, if Mara dies, we can just reset. We'll just have to see how long the RNG wall stays up. That was really, I would say that was really on the bad side of RNG with how many encounters I was getting the first time down here, though. So now I know I can hit a mage Monjar here. I think we're here. I think we're safe. We might be. Please. Oh, not quite. Okay. Definitely not the ideal way to happen, but I mean, it was completely my fault. I should have healed them when they were both in single digits. But now Mara's safe, so. Gray ducks. They're not ducks, they're gray ducks. Abba gray ducks. We only need Mara to get to level 3. That'll give her the sap spell, which we're gonna use on Balzac. And then Nara, I'm probably gonna grind her up to like 4 or 5. Alright, that's all we really need. We're gonna do a little, pit stop to grab a treasure chest. We're gonna save these for Nara. Be nice if we could block here, but gonna get our old encounter rate found us. We're almost to the sphere. Alright, last room. Cool. Alright, so I do want to give some, I want to give that to Nara. I want to give that to Nara. And then we're gonna change order. We're gonna unequip. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Perfect fight. My turbo started working, apparently. Didn't have enough time to even switch to her herself. It'll be 10 gold to revive Nara. Actually, we're gonna be at 27. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do a little tiny thing here. I used a wing. I thought there was an item shop up there. Okay, that's fine. I know what I'll do. I think I know. Yeah, okay, I know what I'll do. Okay. Safety save. Just in case something goes wrong. We're gonna use this wing. Go to Keeves. Oh yeah, we can ever use those. Ever equip her hat. Terrific blow. Perfect. All right. Nara is now coffin blocked. And we're clear to get her some experience. I don't know if the... I was gonna go into Keeves and buy... That's fine. We'll go into Havel. We'll get this for the return point. We'll come up to Havel. We don't need this as a return point, but I'm going to stop there. I'm stopping by there so that I can replenish the wing. There is an item shop here. I think it's you. Perfect. Backup routing. A lick. Now I'm curious and I've got to figure that out. King Slime. We're on grass, guys. You attacked the wrong thing. That's why you attacked the wrong thing. Okay. got? We can fight you, sure. Uh-oh, they attack before we're ready. Alright, we still got one more before it. Fence spell. Guess they're just gonna keep. Yep. Alright, we're close enough. Let's try it, I guess. Oh, Foreign wants to crit. Okay, we're fine. Please. Okay. Making up for that. That cave. Chapter 3. Alright, safety save. Oh, there's 2 reasons, because then we'll also, when we death warp at the bottom of the mine, we'll come back here. That was a functional one as well as a safety one, because we'll see how this goes. So we need these for chapter 5. Rogue Whisper is confused. They're flustered. Me too, little buddy. Rogue Whispers are among the safer encounters just because more often than not they're just gonna be flustered like that. Got some silver tarot cards for... Ooh, this is scary. Sure. Sure. Okay. Got the silver tarot cards again. Alright. Oops. Orin can't be equipped with any more things. Alright, we made it to floor 2 this time. Progress. Garlic roosters. Alright, that was the last. Made it. That was the last scary part. Okay, now we're gonna switch everyone around, and then we're gonna equip. You get some garlic roosters? Is that what you need from the grocery store? Not the best fight, but... There we go. Orin took a hit, so... cheaper if we stay before we revive Nara. Nara should take, let's see, her level squared on 30. Oops. No, I don't care. I don't care about my levels. Thanks though. Okay. Get into the right formation here. We want Orin, Mara, Nara. Then we're gonna save. And this is safety save. Basically all we got left to do is to beat Balzac. Alright, so we're gonna use our last wing. Oh. And I went to the wrong spot. No harm, no foul. Okay. Orin breaks the lock. Alright. Okay. This can be easy, can be difficult. We'll find out. Basically, though, turn one, Nara's gonna use the Sphere of Silence, and then Mara's gonna use the Zap spell. And hopefully everything's smooth from there. Alright, spell, stat, ball set, item, Sphere of Silence, ball set. It's a fireball is fine. Now we can't cast spells. Or an attack. Oh, we got the sap off. Alright. Blaze yourself and parry. Alright. Gotta heal herself. Don't do 10, don't do 10. Oh, okay, all you need is one, baby! Alright. First try Balzac's always good. Alright, we're gonna do a meme. We're gonna use the silver tarot cards, or try to, and see what happens. Oh, didn't get a chance. Alright, got the boarding pass. That's gonna give us access to a boat to Endor. Jailbreak. Orin's gonna stay behind and cover our butts. Okay, so now we have one story trigger left. We have to talk to this woman who is Pippin's sister on the boat, and then we'll talk to the captain, and then we're gonna make our way to Endor, and then I'm gonna take a small break. Put Turbo A on, let the game go. I'm gonna run and grab my Lunchable. Maybe grab some more caffeine here. Alright, I shall be right back. Alright, Chapter 5, we're finally controlling the hero. So, we brought our dad his lunch, and that's gonna be the end of our entire village. Monsters have found the village! Basically, Necrosara finally found the hero's village, and he's raising it to the ground to prevent the hero from stopping him from becoming the ultimate evil. And our friend Celia, who's been our good friend since we were kids, casts Transform to make him think that when she dies that they killed the hero. This patch where Helio is laying, we find a feather hat, but the hero cannot equip it. A little bit of lore. I think this is the human's biological father because the grave in the back was supposed to be a person or a woman who fell from the sky with wings, and the hero is supposed to be half Zenithian, half human. We have a 1 in 32 chance of getting casino coins right here. Nope. Okay. Nice. Perfect walk. All right. Hey, she looks familiar. And then we're gonna do a quick shopping trip. So the mystic nuts that we'd gotten in chapter 4 we're selling. It gives us a good chunk of money. And then we're gonna sell her silver tarot cards. Alright, then we're gonna buy a wooden hat for the hero. We don't need herbs because we didn't use any, and we're gonna buy a wing. And down here, we're gonna buy an iron shield, which is a good defense boost for the hero right off the bat. Whip her up. But we do want to reset the day-night cycle. I always found this line to be funny because Mara's gonna be like, oh, is the hero gonna take care of us now? The hero is 17 years old and just lost everything they knew. And then, but then Mara's like, oh, they're gonna take care of us now? Alright, so we have that feather hat. We can give that to Mara. Change order to Mara, Nara. Babbles. So something to notice, a new screen popped up on the fight menu called Tactics. We only get to control the hero. Nara and Mara are going to do whatever they want to do, and they're going to do whatever they want to do based on what I tell them to do in terms of setting their tactics. So the only action that I actually get to choose each turn is will be the heroes. I can tell them if I want to be tactics to be normal, offensive, defensive, try stuff out, use no MP. Here's another one too. But we'll be using and abusing that system throughout the run. So now Nara's got something heavy to hit with that Morning Star. We left a couple chests here from chapter 3 that have some goodies in them. I think they were meant to be like, because it's a suit of half-plate armor and a broadsword. And if you remember, we had to fulfill that order for the king in chapter 3. I think the game was intending to be like, oh, here's a head start, here's one of each. But if you don't grab them in chapter 3, they stay there. So, and they're coincidentally both really good early game options for the hero. So we leave them, we're gonna grab them now. We got a broadsword. And then we got a suit of half plate to pick up, and then we're gonna grind the hero to about level 4, level 5. We might see some metal slimes. Yeah, this is really kind of like new for its time. Like nobody had really done that, and then it's cool that they did it this early, and also they kept refining it, because if you've played some of the newer Dragon Quests, you can set tactics per character instead of for your whole party. There is an advantage to it though, because the way this game is set up, you have to, you know, at the beginning of every turn, you have to tell, you know, basically pick what are you gonna do. Well, if somebody takes a huge hit in the middle of the turn and you'd want them to heal that turn instead of like waiting till the next turn, the AI can actually adapt to that. Mara gained a level, that's fine. Probably hero gaining level 3, yep. As long as we stay in the ship, we won't be taking poison damage. See there, I wasn't in a spot to heal at the beginning of the turn, but by the end of the turn, Nara decided that the hero needed to be healed. In some ways, that's gonna help stuff out. In other ways, it can hurt us. Like if we're trying to death warp, you know, sometimes the other people are gonna be like, well, we should be trying to stay alive. Not getting too great early stats, but I attack Mara. He should be able to do enough damage to... Yeah, there we go. Now the hero's coffin blocked. Alright, got the plate. And something else we can do here. Nara can have a little bit more defense. Alright. I didn't see because... Yeah, she's level 4. Okay, I'm gonna do one more fight just because her stats haven't been great. And of course, okay. And of course, now that we're kitted out, nobody wants to fight us. We might not survive this fight. No, maybe we shall. We will. Underestimated the amount of defense I had. There we go. Okay, that should be plenty. Alright. Cool. Now we're gonna go back to Bronca. And we need to revive the sisters. We need to have them both alive for this next section. Okay. I want to get a couple things here first. Get a fairy water. I'm bringing 2 fairy waters. I hit down. I promise you I hit down. And a wing. I just wanted to do all that before I saved, so that there's a very high chance I'll have to reset here, so we're doing a safety save. Don't want to have to do shopping after every reset. Alright. So far to the east, there's a cave called the Cave of Betrayal. We need to get an item from there called the Symbol of Faith. Okay. And that'll allow us to go down to Hector's and recruit him and get the wagon. Now, we need to have 3 people to get in there. Leave Mara alone. Leave Mara alone. Okay. Something that changed from chapters 1 through 4 into chapter 5 here. If you got ambushed or you failed, one enemy would take an action, and then there was like a % chance that the other enemies would take an action afterwards. Now in chapter 5, every turn, every enemy takes an action. You better make sure that that controller will let you go down before you run, Cowie. Alright, so we have a little bit of a boss fight here. It's gonna be 2 licks. They might cast around. If they do, we have to switch to blaze strats, otherwise we're just gonna swing at the fences. Okay, good that it didn't work. Okay, that's good to hear though. Alright, we fall. I'm gonna use an herb. This is the fight that's meant to catch the hero up to like the sisters. So we're faster than the tricksy urchins and they hurt more, so we're gonna try to take them out first. The vampire bats will do 1 or miss us. But as you can see, the tricksy urchins can hurt. Alright, at this point I'm not gonna play it too aggressively. Perfect. We should get a couple levels here. I'd like to see her get some more hit points. Wasn't exactly what I was hoping for, but she got some, so. No, we're gonna find the sisters again, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, you tried to blah blah blah." We're like, "No, this is the real person." Oops. And they're gonna ask, "Who was it?" "It was Nara in the casino, right?" You say, "No, it was Mara." And then, "Oh, sorry, we doubted you. Let's go." Alright, so this is gonna lead up to what is probably another one of the big RNG walls of the game, the lighthouse. The lighthouse itself is a little bit scary. You have to climb it. There's some scary encounters and whatnot. The lighthouse fight is basically a make or break thing. It can either go really well or it can go really poorly. It usually don't have a mediocre one, because there's like an argument to be made. If you're gonna wipe anyway, it'd be fast. You know, you'd rather have a fast wipe than a long wipe. You know, rather take 10 seconds wiping instead of 2 minutes wiping. We have the return, so we can go ahead and do this. We're gonna take 3 steps, use a fairy water. We have the wing of wyvern if we need it. This is gonna be just run away. We're gonna stop at the inn. This is Hector up here. Or if you've played the DS version, Hank Hoffman Jr. Gonna introduce us to his horse, so everybody, we need to be nice to Primrose. change members. We're gonna put Mara in front. She's basically, she's done her job. We might revive her later for some dives, but we're gonna use her to coffin block the rest of the party. Alright, now another glitch that we're actually taking advantage of right now is the repel glitch. So, we just want to fight with Hector in the party. The game is looking at the person's level, the average party level or something like that, and since Hector is an NPC, his level says question mark, so he doesn't actually have a level. So instead they use the number of his bestiary as his level. So he's like, and they put the NPCs at the end of the bestiary, so he's like past Necrosaro, so he's like 200 something. So the game thinks he's like level 200 something. So that's enough to be able to repel anything. So as long as we've got an NPC like Hector and we just want to fight with him, or we loaded a save with him in the active party, the game's gonna think that our average party level is ridiculously high, and then anytime we use fairy water or repel, we will not get into a fight. We're just trying to get to level 8 for both the hero and Nara here. It's a little bit added security going up the lighthouse. Basically, the hero is going to be the healer, the one that's keeping everybody alive, in addition to the one that's trying to expel the flamers. By having this coffin block set up, it leaves Nara in the back, safe from any physical attacks. She'll still take the AoE damage, but not being nailed by physical attacks is going to help her focus on just casting sleep. Alright, so we're going to use the inn. Alright, we're going to... I usually like to try to keep gear around like this, just in case. But we're gonna get Talon. Oops. Who's got my iron aprons? I'm going to take that symbol of faith off the hero already and give it to Mara. We still have a fairy water. Now we just want to like basically get as many herbs as we can so that we're not wasting magic healing going up the lighthouse. So as a wing, we'll keep that because we might need it. Never know. Save. Okay. We are on our way to the lighthouse. Okay. 0-step encounter. Alright. So, metal slimes do pop up in here quite a bit. If we see one by itself, we might go for it, but one with a bunch of enemies is a trap. Oh. And there's our good friend Taloon. Here you have to make sure you say yes to the first question and no to the second, because basically he's gonna say, can you help me? And you say yes, and then he says everything, and then he says, do you need me to repeat that? No. The lighthouse isn't too big of a dungeon, but there are some scary encounters, especially if you get like 4 pteranodons. Skeletons are probably okay, because they're gonna do defense, attack, defense. They both swung at hex, so yeah, they're not gonna do any more damage to us. Even though we triple run failed, now we're guaranteed to run. Rogue Whispers are safe, just like Chapter 4. This one's a little bit scarier. Nice dodge. Ooh. Crit on Hector, unfortunate. Oh, we'll try again. Welcome to the RNG wall. Talk to Taloon again. That's not one you want to run and fail from. That's not one you want to run and fail from twice. Okay. Hi skeletons, bye skeletons. Alright, made it a little further than last time. Hi, skeletons. Okay, fine. This is the Flame of Serenity. This is what will... Right now, the lighthouse is burning an ominous fire that's attracting monsters and causing the seas to be unstable or, you know, evil. So this is what's gonna change that, but we have to kill the enemies that are guarding it first. So... give. Oh. Okay. We're gonna do a little bit. This is like very minute, but it does change the targeting, the physical targeting of just a hair. And we're good. Okay. So. Okay, first thing we're going to change our tactics to offensive. Then the hero, turn 1 is going to try to expel Flamer B. Fireball cast is about expected. It's not great. Oh, no, didn't work on Flamer. Physical is fine. Other physical is fine. Spell did not work. Okay, we're going to try expel one more time. I might do a heal more on Hector after this if he's alive. This is not good. We're probably resetting. No. Yeah. We didn't stand a chance. RNG wall stands. The expel allegedly has a 41.5% chance to work, but a lot of times it feels like it's 20.25% chance. Or 20.75% chance, to be exact. Alright, that was a really good walk. Only one skeleton. Boy. Where, tiger? Whoa, he swung at us. Another great walk. And then, okay. We needed to use an herb anyway. Garlic rooster. Okay, game. They're all swinging now. This is not funny anymore, game. I thought it was gonna be one more. I was so convinced there was gonna be one more. There's no fights on the top floor here. Okay, get our inventory. All right, round two. Okay. You fools! Alright, here we go. So, once again, tactics, change to offensive, fight, spell, expel, flavor B. Alright, we'll take a physical. And emits a fireball. Okay, this is a much better start. Sleep, flavor A is asleep, and flavor B is expelled. So, already night and day better than last time. We're gonna try to expel him once. Okay, yeah. Easy game. Tale of two fights, man. There we go. This is a great example of how bad the fight can go and how great the fight can go. So Nara has fulfilled her purpose now too. We're still going to use them as bodies for a dive later, but she's no longer imperative to the run for the rest of the game. Alright, so we fixed that. We're going to return back to Conanburr. There's our pal Talud. He has a ship for us. Monsters are after him. He'd feel a lot safer being around strong people like us, so go ahead. We'll let him tag along since we can use the ship. Starboard the helm. Alright, so if we go south to Mintos, oh wait, our ferry water's still going, so we're fine. So here's the town of Mintos. We're gonna stop by here because there's a special group of people staying at the inn. Hey look, that's Bray and Christo from Chapter 2. Bray is gonna join our party. Christo's sick right now, so we can't bring him with. That's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna find the Pedecchia seed. We're gonna go to Soretta because we heard that they grow Pedecchia roots there. And then we find out that they need a Pedecchia seed, so we're gonna go get a Pedecchia seed and then get a Pedecchia root, and then Christo will be okay. First, we're gonna stop off at this shrine. We're gonna find a mini medal, or I think they call them small medals in this game, yeah. We need 10 of them. It's gonna give us a bunch of gold and one really good weapon. So that's the first one we're getting. Here's the Kingdom of Soretta. We're gonna go ahead and we haven't used the inn since the lighthouse. And then we're gonna safety save because this cave can be really fast. I think I've even seen people actually get through it without an encounter, but there's enemies in there that can make things bad, so so we're just gonna take it easy. That's why we grab Bray, because he's got the outside spell, so instead of having to death warp or walk out, we can, if he stays alive, we could just change to this party. And hopefully we'll make it to the bottom of the cave and get the seed with no incidents. This is not a fun encounter, because they have Infernos, and the knights can crit. We might be resetting really fast. Okay, we made it. So I'll burn a heal more on Hector. I'll do a heal. I'll heal everybody else up too. Alright. Hey, there's Alina. They're looking for the seed too. We're gonna beat them to it. In the remakes, like if you play the DS version or the PS1 version in Japanese, there's a really funny scene at the beginning of this cave where there's a door instead that's blocking it, and as you come up on the thing, you see them, and they say, Alina's like, I'll just kick the door down, and she kicks the door down just like she kicks the wall out in her room at the beginning of chapter 2. And her group is sitting behind her, and they're like, why did she do that? We have the key right here. That's pretty funny. Those are the stairs we want. I've seen this encounter before. There's a crit on Hector. Hector goes down, we're not out of the... I mean, we're not too scared yet. We just want to really make sure. Bray is the most important one. Man, this run has been weird about every time I get close to a staircase, I just... Did somebody order 100 encounters? Really peculiar. We made it. Talk to the king, and he's gonna get us a Pedekia route. Alright, we have... I think we're good. So we're gonna start... This part of the game I like to call the World Tour. So we're basically just going to take the ship around to all these different places. And gain return locations and grab a bunch of like small medals. It's basically a bunch of exploring, so that later when we want to go to these different locations, we already know it's a route where it's just a nice route where it's like you're going around the world in one big swoop, so that when you need to go to these locations later, you can just return to them. We got Actemto. Getting another medal here from the seaside village. This one's one that's not a return point, but we don't need to come back here. There's just a small medal right here that's conveniently on the way. I'm going to pull out a full team here just to step foot in Sand Team because of how many Hero Step encounters I've seen today so far. We don't want Bray to just be on his own. Okay, well, didn't need to, but it is a possibility. Alright, we're gonna pull up on Stancia here, where there's 2 small medals to be had. We're gonna break into this person's house. Well, I guess we're not breaking into anything. There's no door. Oh, there's a door. Never mind. But it wasn't locked. There's also a story trigger here. There's a guy in the castle who's going to tell us about a jester person that he saw named Panin, and they wonder what they're up to. Panin's going to be the next NPC we take with us. This guy over here. I saw a funny jester in a town once I visited. His name is Panin. He'd probably be able to make the king laugh. In Stancia right now, the king is holding a contest to say if anybody can make him laugh, he'll give them the special helmet, which is actually the Zenithian helmet that we're going to need later. So Panin's going to be the one that helps us get that. He's got plenty, so we're gonna go to Havel. Grab Kelion. I don't know if I've routed this completely correctly, because it's been a while since I did my PB grind and forcing the day-night cycle basically, so we shall see. It's not a big deal if we have to take an inn in Monbaraba. Yeah, we'll have to. It has to be daytime to talk to Panin because he's doing a show at night, so that's okay. It's a perfect time to refresh our resources. Then we're gonna go to Mintos and pick up Alina and Christo. And then we have a key to get, and we have an armor to get. So here's Panin. What? Come with you. Oh. Another medal. And I did make a little... I thought about this 30 seconds ago and forgot it. We need to have more than just Bray to come with us for this part. This is one of my favorite lines in the game. Oh, he doesn't have it. Nara has it. Christo comes too, and he's like, Princess, she's like, you're fine, Christo. I know you were like on your deathbed. You're fine. Which I think is the perfect the perfect way for her to respond with how Christo has that crush on her. Alright, so they're gonna go into the wagon. This person's gonna say, oh, there's a person named Ragnar that they're at Kelion. We're like, oh, cool, thanks for letting us know. Princess. Alright, so now that we got the Chapter 2 crew, that's the flag for Hector to leave. He's gonna learn how to become a successful innkeeper from Howden at Mintos. So we are going to go pan and balloon. Now a lot of people do this section a bunch of different ways. I'm just going with what I like to do here. So we might have to reset depending on if we get really bad luck at this first part. But so we're gonna have Panin in the party to do that. Ray is gonna cast Return to Actempto. Some people use the hero, some people use somebody stronger, you know, like Alina or something. I like bringing the squishier ones because then if they die, it's only like 10 gold. Oh, that was a cool thing. We just got to see one of the silly things that Talon can do in Chapter 5. He comes like a, I know, almost like a goof off, I think, even though he's a merchant. So the Phantom Messenger tried to cast Sap, and it said, but Talon covered its mouth. So like Talon ran up and covered its mouth so he couldn't chant the spell. This is not a great encounter. We were fail again. Oh, okay, I was gonna say if we failed again, there was a good chance we were saying bye to both of them. I'm using up Nara's first because she's gonna be one of the sacrificial lambs. So if we end up burning through bodies and we end up going through hers, then we still have Christo's MP after to heal. And you might recognize this cave because I death warped in it earlier, unintentionally. This is the one that we went in to say hi to Orin. And we're gonna go back to where Orin was. There's a key down there. The bottom floor is very scary. The flamers from the lighthouse, like you've seen a couple here and there. On the bottom floor, we can run into formations of 4 of them. And they hurt when they attack, and they have 2 attacks that do AoE damage, so they can be really scary. Oh, they can attack twice? Okay. Bye, Panin. Oh, Talon jumped in. Good guy, Talon. I'm just gonna go. Oh, no. Gonna go ahead and heal more because we're gonna use the in again. Moreover, there's a switch at the bottom. Right? Got the magic key. Alright. Once again, we wanted Bray alive so he can cast outside. Now he's gonna cast Return to Mintos. We're gonna go down to this town of Riverton. And this was completely intentional routing here because we wanted it to be nighttime, because we're also going to go to Endor and get some things that it needs to be nighttime for. So there's a town of Riverton right here, and there's a small meadow in the middle of the river. Excuse me. Okay. In the king's bedside chamber. He's holding onto a pink leotard. I don't know why, I don't judge, but we're taking it. And then we're taking another small medal out of his drawer. Alright, now Bray's gonna cast Return to Soretta. We're gonna keep with this formation. We're gonna revive Mara. Just because I'd rather have another body to throw out there. If Tulun, Nara, or Mara survive this next section, then we're just gonna kill him off in a swamp. But, yeah, I mean, we're diving a cave that we have access to, but it is far beyond our level right now. So we're literally just counting on the fact that we'll be able to run enough times that we won't, that the whole party won't wipe. If the whole party does wipe, then we reset and try it again. But it's worth it because we're going for the best armor in the game. Having it this early makes things much better. So we're at the Shrine of Breaking Waves. We're gonna put Tulun out by himself. How far can Tulun get? It's a little bit dangerous because as soon as he does die, 4 people pop out of the wagon. He makes it this far. Okay. Now that we have a dead person, I'm gonna do Panin because he's got about 85 hit points, a ghost, and then I'm gonna do like Mara. So that way if we get into an encounter where there's a bunch of physicals, they all just go on Panin. At least for the first turn. Or they both, or Mara dies from the gas. That's okay. Okay, nice dodge. I respect it. This is gonna be gross. Okay, I was gonna kill Nara anyway. Alright, so let's go Hero, Ghost, Alina, and we can heal Moab twice. And then just to be safe, I want to make sure Christo is healed. Alright. What do we got? Carones. I respect that you swung twice. They can fling up Staffs of Thunder and do AoE damage, so that was actually really lucky that they only did physical attacks. Alright, we're at So here we're gonna do this. Bring everybody except for Bray. Bray's gonna be protected. We can still use his magic in here. We just need to make it to these treasure chests. All right, we did. We're good. First try. That's awesome. All right. So now, since we cast outside, we need to step back in the boat to get our wagon back, and this is where we're going to turn in the small medals. We should have brought them 10. Yep. So we're going to get a Sword of Miracles, which is a really powerful sword. We're going to give it to Christo. It also heals him for 25% of the damage he does when he swings with it. Now we're going to get 4 Staves of Punishment. 1, 2, 3, 2 of them are just literally for gold. All right. We are heading to a place that we haven't been told about. We get told about it quite a bit later, called Roseville, but we have access to it, so we're going there now. So we're gonna get some really good equipment from there. And that's partially why we were going around getting stuff like the pink leotard and getting 4 Staves of Punishment. Okay. Shopping trip. All right. We're gonna sell the hero. Oh, the hero's not first. The hero's broadsword. We can sell his half plate. We can sell one of the Staves of Punishment. We can sell Nara's Morning Star. I'm gonna sell Talon's Iron Apron. We're gonna buy a Sword of Lethargy for the hero. We got to sell Lena's pink leotard. And then we can sell Christo's other Staff of Punishment too. And then when over here, we're gonna buy a Sacred Robe for Christo, so that's gonna reduce his magic damage that he takes. And then we're gonna buy an Iron Mask, which is a really good... Oh, okay. Helmet for the hero. So, Sword of Lethargy... Oops, I should've... We can give the golden beret to Alina now. Alright, we're gonna equip. Oh, I know what we're missing. Iron helmet for Christo. Sword of Miracle, Sacred Robe, Iron Shield, Iron Armor. There we go. Alright, so this is where I kind of call, like, we're going from the first third of chapter 5 to the second third. We're all kitted up now. And we're gonna start like a boss rush, kinda. We're gonna fight Kelion, then we're gonna fight Balzac, then we're gonna do a little bit of exposition. I just saved because I accidentally hit that instead of revive, and I didn't want to ruin something, so revive first. There we go. So yeah, we got a few bosses to fight. That will save. Alright. Bray's gonna cast Return to Kelion. And basically the strategy for these bosses is all fairly similar. Both Panin and the hero have Swords of Lethargy, and for whatever reason when they programmed the game they never exempted bosses from it. So they have a 3 in 8 chance to put the enemy to sleep when they swing with it. So every time we attack Kelion, Balzac, or any of these bosses, there's a 3 in 8 chance for them to go to sleep when they get hit with the Sword of Lethargy. So Panin we can't control, we just hope he swings. The hero we can control and we'll tell them to swing. So we're gonna use no MP and just try to do as much damage as possible. Fireball is probably fine. Probably gonna do the second attack though. Okay, that's fine. Panin attacks. Didn't put him to sleep. Hero attacks didn't put him to sleep. Nice dodge, Panin. I'm more worried about putting him to sleep than anything. If we can put him to sleep, then I can heal the hero. And he didn't go to sleep. We might be resetting right here, which is fine. Yep. Not a sleepy boy today. What's more peculiar is the fact that Panin swung each time and he still didn't go to sleep. It's just bad RNG, you know. Four attacks didn't put him to sleep. Oh, we got a big raid. Welcome in, B-Dude. Welcome in, B-Dude's viewers. This is the first RPG marathon that RGLtv has done, and we're in the midst of the Dragon Quest block, playing Dragon Warrior 4. We're gonna take our second chance at this boss now. We want Panin and the hero to swing at him and put him to sleep. Tactics. Use no MP. Swing. Panin attacks. Didn't go to sleep. Outturn the hero. Still not asleep. Casting sleep won't work, Panin. Fireball, okay. He hasn't done this big physical attack, so we're still in this. Alina's flinging up her Staff of Punishment. He's still not asleep. This is really bad RNG. Still not asleep. Still not asleep. Okay. I mean, still not a... Wow. I don't know how many attacks that was. I can't believe... I am shocked right now. Somebody examined the ROM. I don't think they're using a Sword of Lethargy. Either that or they patched it out or something. I swear the boss can go to sleep. Alright, third time's a charm. And it attacks. Doesn't go to sleep. Wow. There we go, hey! I'm gonna go aggressive. The spell doesn't work, Panon. Alright, there we go. That's how you take our Kilion. I am going to take a small stretch break. While the level up reports happen. Oh yeah, we were not supposed to fight him this early. All right, Ragnar from Chapter 1 finally joins the party. Okay, Ragnar's gonna take Christo's place now. Ragnar's got a lot more oomph behind him, so yeah, we're gonna give him that full plate that just dropped. We're gonna give him the Sword of Miracles from Christo. We're gonna give him the Iron Shield from Taloon. And equip him up, and you'll see his stats just, yeah, 136. now our overworld music changed because we have all the chosen ones back and all together. And then we're gonna save, and then we're just gonna go straight to the next boss. And this boss is basically the exact same as the strategy as the other one. We want to put him to sleep and keep him asleep. He's a lot slower, so using the Staff of Punishment while he's asleep isn't as risky. So, here we go. Balzac round 2. Alright. And it attacks. He doesn't fall asleep. I think that's death for Ragnar. Ragnar's our main damage dealer. So we will try that again. Also, that was really bad RNG that he physically targeted the back person. Lena attacks. Doesn't fall asleep. Panin does Panin things. Alright, freezing wind is okay. At least it lets us survive, or lets us fight another round. That's not good when he goes that early. Yeah, he's targeted the back person again. I really hope that Error of Rudo is watching this, because he loves to say it's so rare to have Balzac go bad. Alright, third time's a charm. Panin doing Panin things like he does. Alright, boss is asleep. Boss wakes up. Panin does Panin things. How is he targeting the back every time? I have not seen that happen that often. Like, I know it's possible, but yeah. Well, cool. Random encounter. Yeah, take away all of Panin's MP so he can't cast sleep. Begu's the man, that's why. Alright, Balzac is asleep. He wakes up. We need him to stay asleep. And he's not asleep. He's asleep. Nice foot roll. Good roll. Panin doing Panin things. Good roll. Bad roll. Yeah, Alina's always rolling like 50 or higher. Go, Alina. Bye, Alina. I'm taking it. We got past it. She lost some experience, but I've dealt with this before. It's fine. She's only missing a half a battle's worth of experience. It's fine. We're gonna have a lot of level up reports again, as you can see. I am nervous about how the next cave is gonna go, just based on how RNG has been up to this point. It's scary. The next cave that we're going to dive into is 2 fairly long floors. It's only a 1 in 64 chance every tile to get into a fight, but every fight is terrifying. Any fight that's a triple run fail is more than likely going to send us to reset. So if we get into any encounters, we need to be able to run away and run away fast. Okay, so Balzac looked different than before. He went through this. He tried to go through this experiment of evolution, but it failed because he didn't have the golden bracelet that we were talking about in chapter 2 that we found. You're gonna heal more because we need to hit some barrier tiles. We need to get something out of this treasury. Before we killed Balzac, there would have been an enemy that was blocking our, you know, a sprite blocking our way from this door. Alright, got the magma staff. Okay, now we're going to the Kingdom of Gardenburg. When we get there, we're gonna get a couple items for Alina, and we're gonna get framed for a theft. And then we need to basically clear our name from said theft, and that's where the next boss is. Okay. This is going to be Christo's new weapon for a little while. We're going to change to, what, Alina, Balloon, Ragnar, Pannon. I better heal him. gonna hit another barrier tile right here. So there's a hidden little hallway back here. Get another weapon for Alina, a fire claw. And then we're gonna come over here, hopefully the... Nope, so we're gonna use the inn first. Alright. We're going to sell Ragnar's equipment that he doesn't use anymore. We need about 3,000 to get the Cloak of Evasion for Alina. Wait, what do you have? Oh, we need to get rid of that. Okay. I wanted to keep that. There we go. I'm gonna have to sell something anyway to revive her. Forgot about that. One, two. So the queen's gonna accuse us. We say no. We insist. So they're gonna keep one of our people hostage. And it was conveniently the person we put in the second slot, so that's Taloon. He's got our... he has our extra iron aprons, but I've got feather hats and stuff that I can sell from the sisters without swapping who's in there. So we'll sell our we need to revive Alina. Yeah. Save. All right, now we're gonna head down to Bakor, or as people love to affectionately call him his remake name, Kirk Buzzer. We're gonna go Hero, Alina, Ragnar, Christo. You like to call him that, Hack. You love that name so much, you named Aileron that name on your during your RPG Limit Break run of Aiden Chronicles. Oh, and we're so wonderfully ambushed. Fight number 2, Alice. Alright, made it to floor number 2. Uh-oh. Those guys like to physical a lot, and they hurt. They're as strong as they look. Dragonets are bad. They like to breathe gas, scorching gas, and 2 of them would take out Christo. Okay, we had a really good walk today. That's good. We'll heal up Ragnar. Alright, Bakor is sound asleep. No, you'll never catch me. Darn. Alright, we're gonna start by going offensive. I'm going to use a preemptive herb on Christo because he's gonna cast Snowstorm. Christo should cast Stop Spell. It did not work. Okay, that was good, that was good. His spells are contained, good, so now we're gonna go defensive. Building up power, so he should cast Increase on us. Yeah. I'm a little bit worried about Alina. Yeah, there she loses more, cool. Now he's asleep. Oh, this is gonna be fun to crawl back from for her experience. Now she's a full babble behind. Well, maybe we'll get a babble on the way to Necrosaro. Or a King Metal. We got an agility seed from this, so we're going to use on the hero just to make him as fast as we can. Alright, so we got outside. So now when we talk to the queen, that's when she's going to tell us about Roosevelt. And she's going to give us the final key. And she has, coincidentally, has the Zenithian shield in the basement, so we're gonna give the final key to Ragnar. So now we have a while before we're gonna do any more boss fights. We're gonna try to make it all the way through a dungeon. If we make it halfway and get the important item, then and get sent back, then we'll call it there. But we hope we get through because we'll get a really good tool. So we're going to equip that shield. And oh yeah, we got another shopping trip to do now. We're gonna go back to Roosevelt. So, now here we're going to sell Ragnar's full plate. We're gonna sell a lot of Alina's gear now. We're gonna sell her Iron Claw. We're gonna sell her Fire Claw. We're gonna sell her Staff of Punishment. And then we're gonna sell the Hero Staff of Punishment. And then we can also sell this Hero's Shield, Iron Shield here. And we're going to buy stiletto earrings for Alina. So these are a very low attack, but they're going to allow her to attack twice, which means that she has twice the chance to crit too. We're going to buy Dragon Mail for Ragnar. And we're going to buy an Iron Mask for him too. Alright. We lost our repel glitch because Panin wasn't in the party when we beat Bakor. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna use the inn. We always want to use the inn before we revive people because it doesn't count. It's X number of gold per alive person. And when we revive them, they get full stats back anyway, so... Alright, now we're gonna save. Peace. Oh, it's a safety save and a functional save because now when we reset Panin's in the active party, we can do the repel glitch again without having to take another fight. Ray's gonna cast Return to Riverton. I have another fairy water. Sure do. Alright, we're gonna go Hero, Ragnar, Alina, Christo. And we're not taking any fights in here, we're running from everything. The goal is to pick up the demon hammer halfway through and get to the other side. There's some enemies in here like Blizzags that can cast beat and defeat and insta-kill people, so it's a rough dungeon. Okay, what do we got? Leonars, they can do a lot. They can do a lot of physical damage. If they focus on the hero, it's not so bad. B-Band bars are annoying because they can cast Firebane and Rob Magic and whatnot. About a quarter of the way through. Okay. Really good walk. Those eggs are scary. Alright, we got out. Oh. Karens are annoying. Yeah, they like to swing their staves of thunder around. All you need is one. Alright, here's the demon hammer. Alright, so even if we have to go through this thing a second time, we at least got that, so we can at least go to do the Babel grind if we don't make it through here. Okay, what do we got? More Karens. Alright, we're getting lucky. And I will take that. Okay. We're almost up at the head. It'd be nice to first try running from these guys once. But okay, now we're in the face. Hey, there we go. Snow Jives are scary. They can cast Blizzard, and that's a really strong AoE spell. But, alright, we made it. Alright, cool. Made it through with everybody, even. Ew, falling out the ear. Coming over to Dire Palace. So this is Necrosauro's palace. Well, no, it's not. It's one of his outposts, though. There's a literal end dungeon called Necrosauro's palace, so... So we're gonna go... We're just gonna come in here. Nobody's gonna notice us. We're just gonna steal a little teeny tiny shield from the basement. Got the yellow shield, alright. So now that's nice, so we don't have to go through the Colossus again. We can just return to Dire Palace later. And now we are going to play a little musical chairs with our weapons. We're gonna approach this guy. We're gonna... Alright. I just want the Aeolus shield to be on page 1. Alright, we equipped a cursed dirty demon hammer. Hero's only going to hit 1 in 3 times when he swings. However, that 1 in 3 time is going to be a critical hit. So he basically, he's going to miss a lot more, but he's going to, when he does hit, he's going to crit. Ragnar is going to be able to put things to sleep with his sword. Christo can attack again. Pretty hard. What do we got? Yeah. I think we're all kitted out. Yep. So, say now we're gonna gain a lot of levels really fast, hopefully. This is the Metal Babble grind. Anytime we kill a Babble, it's 10,000 experience, and we're gonna need to kill about 8 of them. If we get one on the top floor, that would be great, because that means Bray gets in on it. Oh. Oh well. Almost. We're gonna go down to the bottom. That's where the congregate more. This is the floor that we want. Everything in here is still pretty darn scary until we get a couple. Well, Lena's critting already. One's sticking around. We got it. Alina, from missing both of those bosses, she can't even hit a dragonet yet. I should have cast Expel on it, but... If you're going for world record strats, the goal is to get the hero up to 25 so he learns Zap and then you bolt. We're gonna take things a little bit safer. We're gonna make sure that Christo gets heal all before we leave. Yeah, right now, if Alina hadn't missed out on that, she'd be level 19 or 20 right now. Alright, Crystal learned Beat, so that's actually super helpful. That's a insta-kill spell that he can use on some enemies down here. Here is the grind spot. Christo brilliantly using demonstrifying why we want to have that spell. Oh. What do we got? There's some babbles. Two of them stayed. Can we get one of them? Or both of them? Cool, they're both still here. 2 damage to that one. 3 damage. 4 damage. Chip damaged it. Cool. C is still here. Ragnar hit it for 1. Didn't put it to sleep, but okay, we still got one. Fend spell. And before Aerie can even have the opportunity to ask, no, I'm not going to Fendrag. It is not Christmas, therefore we get no Christmas miracles. As I say that now I'm gonna miss menu. We're gonna take a little trip to the heal tile just to be safe. We've gotten some levels now, so get a few more MP, store everything. Alright, offensive expel on the Dragonets. Okay, let's see some more babbles. Alina? Yep. Nice, 7 strength. So how many? We got 2 babbles so far. Nice crit. Nice turn in order. That's 3 agility on that seed, really showing its work. I'm sure I'm just getting good RNG on it, but what we're not getting good RNG on is where are the metal babbles at? Usually like to see more than what we've seen so far. We want to see the boys. Oh, there's some. And there they go. We gotta take this a little safe. As much as it would be nice to like just swing at the babbles, yeah, with the scorching gas and Christo, we can't. There we go. Oh, you could have put it to sleep, man. Babbles? There we go. Yeah, there's a couple. B stuck around, so hopefully A sticks around so I get a chance at it with the hammer. Nope. 2, 3. Missed. Oh, he's still here. You can chip it. Or crit it. Yeah. Getting a lot more experience. Oh, Christo learns Heal All at level 27. That'll give you he just learned Vivify, that's great. We get another one before we go visit the heal tile one more time. And they... Where did all the babbles go? There's a couple. Two, three, and it's asleep. And we crit it. We're about halfway through the babble grind here. Hey, they're usually not up here, but we'll take them when they do. They all stayed. Christopher 1, Lena 2, 3. Ah. Alina, all you needed to do was outturn B. You might have been able to kill it. More babbles. 2, 3 stayed. All 4 stayed. It's getting close, yeah. There's 2 there. Just looked at my notes. There's a strategy in there that I haven't used for a long time, and I'm not doing that on this run. Return to Roseville and kill the Sorrow Knight. Nope, we are not doing that. I must not have updated my notes in forever. It's still got the hat of happiness in it. The game just wanted me to know that it could do that. Lena's starting to get strong. We just need a few more. Well, we tried. At least they're showing up now. Even if they're running away turn one. Two. Three. There's a crit. Here we'll learn Zap at level 25, so that's really close. Alright, we are getting close to the end of here. We could get like another 2 Babble fight, that would be fantastic. Well, let's just fight him. Yeah, Lena's got it. I swear she always targets whichever one I do. Alright, good job, Christo. Okay. Nice crit. Oh, he's still here? Alright, we're at the point where we don't really need to flip the tactics around anymore. Hey, he's asleep. Everybody missed. I don't know how you miss it when it's sleeping, but here we are. There we go. Good job, Alina. HP. Are you feeling all right, Krista? That's so not like you. Don't get me wrong, I love it for you. All right. You know, Lena, yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go for the staff. We're 1 or 2 babbles away. Hopefully we can get it on the way. Because we just need Christo to hit level 27 to get heal all. Nice. Now we're taking care of enemies real quickly. Just like to see some more babbles. They're bewildered. Cool, cool. We're just trying to get to that chest. Alright. So this is the trigger thing that we need, the story trigger thing we needed from here, but we still want to get strong enough to fight Esther. Oh, I should have switched to use no MP. He doesn't know that yet. Beat doesn't work on a Hema sword. Interesting choice. Alright, so we are going to be taking another teleportal. Nice, got one. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll be killing this one and we'll be able to leave. Nope. Question is this enough for Christo 27? It is. We will not be seeing that teleportal. Cool. Alright, so remember back, the guy who told us about Panin was here, said that the king wanted someone to make him laugh, so we're gonna bring Panin. Alright. These people are all telling jokes to the king, trying to get him to laugh. So Panin's like, you know what? I can't make you laugh, but these people are trying to save the world, so if you just gave them the helmet, that would make everybody happy, and that's what you're trying to do anyway. He's like, you're right. You know what? I'll do that. Alright. Hi, Panin. Alright, time to guess what we're gonna transform into. What kind of animal? What kind of monster? What are we gonna be to get this Necrosaro meeting? We are slimes. Oops, meant to go to Soretta. Okay. We are going to uncurse the hero. And that's going to destroy the demon hammer, unfortunately. And then we're going to trade a bunch of weapons back and forth. Alright, Staff of Transform, we won't need anymore. We'll give it to Christo. Magma Staff is going back to Christo. Staff, our Sword of Miracles goes to Ragnar. The Nithian Helm will go to the hero. Sword of Miracles will go to, or Lethargy goes to the hero. To Loon or Nara, doesn't matter. Give it. We'll keep that. Alright, now we're gonna save and then we're gonna go after Esther. The way I kind of envision things in my head, this is like the final third of chapter 5. So this is the late game, definitely the late game. Ectempto is even more devastated than it was before. we're at a high enough level now that, so we're going into this mine. We're gonna run into enemies that we saw here in Chapter 4 in the first 2 floors. We're at such a high level that we're gonna guaranteed run from them every chance. So until we hit the 3rd floor where the monsters flipped, we're just gonna be able to run from everything. We're pretty much gonna run from most things still. If we run into Dragon Riders, we're going to fight them because we can kill them in like two rounds-ish, and that's a lot safer than run failing from them 3 times. Little digger is panicking there. We hit a patch of miasma when we were digging. Alright, so here's where it flips. So we got a bunch of dead Ragnars trying to kill us. Between Alina and the team, we can they can also possibly die to beat and defeat, so Christo can huck his insta-kill spells at them too. Yeah, right there. Also important to know, you might see like different people taking different amounts of damage depending on like spells or breath attacks or something. It's because people have different resistances. So the hero has resistances to both. Ragnar has resistances to breath, and Christo has resistances to spells, all because of the specific gear they're wearing. So Ragnar's dragon armor is protecting him from breath attacks. Christo's sacred robe is protecting him from spell damage, and then the hero's Zenithian armor is protecting him from both. Zero stepping. There's been an amusing number of 0 step encounters in this run. Oh, more dead Ragnars. We're gonna stop in here. We've got a little heal tile, so we can just replenish. Oh, and we might be stepping back in there. Okay. Okay, that was scary. Okay. Into Esteric's palace we go. This is the encounter rate I'm used to in here. The only reason I switched to attacking there was because I saw Chaos Hopper A take out Chaos Hopper C, so I was like, we can take this out in one turn after that. Crit still. When the hero joins the 27 club, she'll have heal all as well. With this encounter rate, that might be sooner than later. Alright, we got one more big room left here. We'll need to come back. That guy is protecting that chest. We need to get that. That guy will be gone once Xytoriak is defeated. Alright. Oh. One little tiny encounter for her. Oh, okay. That's concerning. DQ turn orders, am I right? Okay. Oh, I gotta say no. Alright. Alina will take care of the Bengal by herself. And then the Rhino King should go down pretty quick after. Alright, cool, got him. Next up is Xytoriak, the ruler of evil himself. Alright. He's gonna start asleep, he's gonna emit eerie lights while he's asleep. So we don't really want to keep him asleep. So we're gonna cast Zap. He wakes up turn 1. Okay. What does that mean? It means he's going to attack and then take a deep breath. I should have switched to defensive. Okay, well, everything's okay, I think. What I'm gonna do... I'm gonna emit a blitz. I think what I'm gonna do is... Oh, if he's gonna crit, then I'm gonna, yeah. Defensive. Parry. Perfect. Alright, that's how you beat Xytoriak. Alright, Hero's got heal all now, so we're great for endgame. I can't believe it, Estherk the Great was destroyed. Now Necrosar is realizing, oh crap, we didn't destroy the hero, that's the hero right there. And then now Necrosaro's girlfriend Rosa was kidnapped by humans, and what they don't tell you here is that they beat her to death. Oops, went right too soon. She does. I don't know if it was intentional that she died. It was intentional that they, you know, beat her. So, we don't want a death warp yet. We need that treasure chest before. Then we don't care what happens to us. Alright, now we're fine. So now we're actually gonna go tick off a mimic. Perfect. We can help them out now. All right. So used to like reaching for splits, and it feels weird not splitting. Alright, we're gonna revive Christo because he's the one that's got the Revivify spell. In true Christo fashion, I'm assuming it's gonna take a while for Alina to get vivified. Okay. Now we're going to Riverton. We found a gas canister down in the bottom of the mine, or in the bottom of that crypt. So we're going to come over here. He's going to say, oh wow, there's gas inside. Come back tomorrow and I'll give you something. So in Final Fantasy 1 you get an airship, or pretty much any Final Fantasy you get an airship or something like that. In DQ games it varies, and in DQ3 you got a bird. In this game we get a hot air balloon. And it plays Jingle Bells. So we're gonna climb a tree. But we need to have an open spot in our party at the end, so we're only going to bring Alina and Christo. Okay. Do we have anything we don't? Yeah, get rid of that gas can. We can really get rid of that medical herb too. We'll come back for those guys later. Alright, so time to enter the world tree. The world tree has been overrun by enemies. Some fights we might take. We're basically just trying to figure out like what's the fastest way through a fight. The nice thing about this is, anytime you're on the limbs like this, you can search and find a leaf of the world tree. So, if anybody dies, I can just use that on them and bring them back to life. Alright, well, go ahead and heal her. We don't want to make it like too easy because we don't want to wipe either. Both of them went first. That's cool. Okay. 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 Noted. You could go faster if you wanted to. I'm not trying to judge or anything. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Right. Stats just explain why Alina should go first, not doesn't make her go first. Alright, second to the last floor. Nice. Crit one. I really thought it worked on them. I was mistaken. Really, Christo? You didn't feel like anybody needed healing there? I hate the fact that he was right, but... Oops. Almost to the end of this one. Oh, they haven't seen me. Good. That's good. That's good. Alright, we gotta be careful. We don't want to fall out of the tree. Come on, I hit run. You know I hit run. Alright, we meet Lucia. We're gonna take her with us to the end of the game. She's gonna be our main healer during the final battle. Cool. Alright, now we're gonna grab the last piece of the legendary equipment, the Zenithian sword. Hey, we made it out. Alright, so now, remember I said we'll meet you guys later? Oops, I didn't mean to walk back in. Let's get into a fight, alright. Boom strats. Boom. Alright. Now our repel glitch is back on. Alright, since I'm already here, I don't want to forget this sword again. This is detrimental. It is necessary for the final part of the game. The cursed sword, the sword of decimation, but we do need it. When used as an item, it basically casts defense, but it'll get through Necrosauro's bounce when he casts it, so. We're gonna stop by the town of Gauntlet quick. I'm gonna stay at the end, sure. Replenish our MP because we have another dungeon coming up. This is kind of like a dungeon, you know, like, what do you call it? Dungeon rush. So we did, you know, you had the mine, so that was, but that had Esterk at the end of it, and then we went through, the world tree. Now we're gonna go through a tower, and then we're gonna go through a cave. Baron's Horn is necessary for a return to Gauntlet. Now we need to make sure we put Lucia into the wagon because we don't want to bring her home to Zenithia, otherwise she will stay there and she won't come with us to Necrosauro. We're gonna Hero, Ragnar, Alina, Christo. Okay, and then we need to equip all of the pieces of the legendary gear, otherwise it won't let us into the tower. But it just checks it there, so now we can equip the Sword of Lethargy back. Okay. B-stand. Oh, today I learned B-stands can crit too. Bye, Ragnar. Christo's safe now. Triple run fail. You gotta love that it was like instantly into the tower too. Okay. Floor 2. And I think this is kind of like Necrosauro's Palace, where if you're on the outside of the... Like, this is technically considered like outside the tower. There's no encounters out here. Only when you're in these rooms. Hey, I remember you. Guess the game is just gonna keep giving me this. Oh, wonderful. Bye, Alina. I'm not bringing her back yet. I will say that out of all the times that I have ran this game or practiced this game, I would say it's an 85% or higher chance that I make it through everybody that never died. So to have 2 people have already died and I'm not even halfway through is really bad RNG. I mean, we're just gonna keep losing 50-50 coin flips, apparently. Oh, and fail a 75% one. And the hero goes down. This is so annoying. We're gonna use up all of his MP. Oh my gosh. Can you please land it? I might have to leave. Good gravy. If that's a 50-50, then I... Yep, that's about what I expected from this encounter. Why are they focusing on the hero? Goodbye, Ragnar. Bye, hero. He doesn't have enough for another Vivify. my goodness. I have no words. There's the other side of all those 50-50s, apparently. Alright. Getting a Dew of the World tree. This is the final cave, and judging how my RNG has been up to this point, I am not looking forward to this. Okay, Ragnar Hero, let's see what happens. Master Malice is fine. If we run into any ogre bashers, we're gonna take Alina out and start fighting. Yep. Members. Add Alina to the back. The ogre basher's got a big club, looks like. That's actually a demon hammer, so he's got the same thing that I had during the battle grind. He's got a 2/3 chance to miss and a 1/3 chance to crit. We need to get some of this experience because Bray still needs to get some so that he can learn by kill by the end of the game. That's going to be huge for our final battle. It doubles our attack power while it's on us. There was worse enemy to run fail from. Okay. Imposter. What was I gonna say? Oh, it's gonna be I have to be very careful when I use the hero's heal all spell because it's right next to outside. So say we're 3/4 of the way through the cave and I want to heal and I miss menu, I could possibly cast outside and then we have to traverse the whole dungeon again. Okay, good. It's amusing when you're like, okay, cool, I got an ambush, I can get a free run, and then that's the next fight. Oh, you're ambushed. Like, oh, we're gonna even those odds real fast. I'm opting to use the hero's MP first because since he's the one that's, or she's the one that's actually out taking damage, there's a chance that she could die, which means that we're going to be using Christo's MP for vivifying. Like this. I feel like I'm taking way more damage than I rightfully should be, though. Exact damage, oof. Come on, please don't do this to me now. It's doing it to me now. Cool. Wow. $50-50, huh? This fight again. Don't like that fight. I don't like this fight either. Hi, Ragnar. I used to grab the demon armor there. I'm not gonna do that because I haven't had to use it in so long, and it'd be nice to get away. It always feels like you fail the first one, you're gonna fail the second one too. Doesn't feel good. We're getting close though, we're getting close to the end of the dungeon. There we go. More of that. Yeah, like that. This is another zero stepper. Oh. Yeah, I knew you do your AoE, you stupid jerk. Spend more time healing than walking. Alright, now we're getting some clutch runs. Cool, cool. That'll reflect spell damage back. It doesn't nullify it for him, but... Worth trying. Alright, so we made it. Alright. That's the important part. We made it to the final... Oh, what a ride. Save. Alright, this is the last save point before the end of the game. We have some bosses to fight now. What am I doing? This is the wrong brew. Okay, so we have 4 boss fights to do to break down these barriers. This first one is called the Infernus Shadow. He's probably the scariest. He can do a lot of hard AoE damage. Would love to see him go to sleep. He didn't. Oh, Lucia got the defense off, so that's kind of cool. Lucia better heal herself. Nice crit, Alina. He's asleep, cool. Alright, good job. We get a Sword of Miracles for that, which is great, because now we have 2 of them. Alright, we're gonna give that Sword of Miracles to Christo. Alright, next fight is the Giga Demon. This guy isn't too scary from like a AoE, he hits really hard. That's his biggest thing. He's gonna give us, he's gonna tell us he's gonna give us an opportunity to walk away. If we were to turn around, he's gonna like ambush us. Oh, he says check behind you. And he's in the remakes, if you turn around, he gets to ambush you. We're gonna switch this to use no MP and try to put him to sleep. It'd be great to put him to sleep because then his turns go by slower. Okay, perfect. He's gonna defend this turn. Yeah, even though he's asleep, he can defend. Back to sleep, cool. There he goes. Cool. About as perfect as that fight can go. Gasp. Alright, the next one are the Anderoogs. So they're these, they look like dragons. There's gonna be 3 of them, and they're not in the same group. They're all in their own group until you get rid of one, and then they call for reinforcements, and they can be in the same group. But we're basically, we're just gonna try to get rid of them as fast as possible. I'm gonna use the Aeolus shield because they have a vulnerability to it. Not a large one, but enough of one. So we have a chance to just blast them away with the Aeolus shield like we were doing with everything in the crypt. So... And then they can also be taken down by Christo's one-hit spell, so like defeat or beat. So we're gonna tell him to go offensive and try to just insta-kill him. If we get down to 1, they're very vulnerable to sleep, so I might cast Sleep More on it. So that it just can't call any buddies. So we're gonna flip our tactics to offensive. Use our Aeolus shield. Defeat does not land. Blue, see away, okay. Oh, now we got him. They have about 300 hit points. Alright, defeat landed on 1. Even though we're on offensive, if somebody gets... oh, that's not good. If somebody gets low enough in health, Christo will still heal. Perfect. Alright. Fine. This is fine. Perfect. Like I planned it. And 3,000 is a great amount. That might be enough to offset Bray to get his buy kill. If not, we'll just have to take a fight or 2 in the final cave. Cool. So now the hero learned Vivify. You learn day night. Yeah. Yeah. Heal everybody back up. Alright, now we have one mini boss, or I guess these are all not really mini bosses, but one boss left in this boss rush. His name is Vice, and we're gonna find out that he's the one that actually sent the humans to kill Rosa. So he did this to piss off Necrosauro. Of the boss rush. He's gonna have 3 demi-ghouls with him. Demi-ghouls have the same annoying traits that blaze ghosts have, where they can just bounce in the air and not take any damage, or they can split if there's room for them. So we're gonna try to expel them as fast as possible, and then we're gonna try to get up Fence Spell and bounce on all of our people so that Vice's spells don't do anything to us. I'm the one who ordered the abduction of Rosa. Ha ha ha. Alright, so we're gonna switch to defensive. We're gonna expel on the demi-ghouls. See, they can just bounce like that. Alright, 1 physical is perfect. Anytime Vice wants to do a physical, I will welcome it. Heal more, okay, that's fine. Expel. Worked on all 3, perfect. Nice crit, Ragnar. Alright, so now the first thing we're going to do is use the Zenithian Shield. That's going to cast Bounce on the hero. Ouch, okay. We might lose Alina or Ragnar, and that's going to be okay. So I'm gonna cast Fence Spell on Ragnar then. That might kill Alina. Oh, no. Okay, this is working out really well. Okay, so Ragnar's safe. So now we just really want Christo to heal all himself before Vice goes. Okay. Alina's protected. It should be alright. Yeah, we're golden. He can't do anything to us anymore. We hope this is the buy kill level. Buy kill, perfect. Alright, we have one last thing to do before we just storm the castle. We're gonna go back to Rosaville, and we're gonna exchange Ragnar's Sword of Miracles for a Sword of Lethargy. Sell Ragnar Sword of Miracles. Buy Sword of Lethargy. Yeah, what else can I... We don't need the Zenithian Sword on the hero. But we do want the Dew of the World tree on him. On her, and the leaf and the sword. Okay. Heal the shield too is fine. Alright. do our final safety save, and we're gonna go to Necrosaro. Okay. We can go, let's go Hero, Ragnar, Ghost, Alina. We're coffin blocking Alina in the back and leaving Christo out of the party because anything in here is really scary for him. Wingers, but they're bewildered. Alright, didn't get into a fight with the clay doll, that's nice. Alright, yep. So this is the last palace. Once we get through this, there's like a tiny climb up to Necrosaro, and then that's the final fight. There's a lot of scary things in here. Master Malice is... that's the only damage he's gonna do to us because he's on a set pattern. You cast Fence Spell. I forget what he does after that, but then you can guarantee to run after that, so it doesn't really matter. It hopefully is. There's still quite a few scary encounters in here. Guardians could easily send this pack in right now. Wingers can hurt. And we're unfortunately using more resources than I would like, but keep pressing on. About halfway through now. So coming up, Necrosaro, he has 7 phases. Phase 1 we're mainly going to use to set up to try to get 2 increases on the party and get buy kill on all of our damage dealers. Phase 2 will hopefully just be breezing through that. Phase 3 can be scary, because he can insta-kill and he can cast Increase, which makes you unable to hurt him. We'll talk about the phases as we go through them. God, what am I doing? I keep I always forget about that room. Yeah. Right. Yeah, Frieza only had 4 forms. Necrosaro's got... that's a heal. Christo has plenty. Alright, so we got good resources, assuming we don't get another encounter. Okay. Ragnar, Alina, Hero, Christo. I'm gonna check their hit points. So Alina's got 255. I want her to be at a defense of 104, so we're fine. Ragnar has 280. He is fine. Alright. Make sure we have all our tools on the hero, that we can revive someone. We have the decimation, we have the do. We have the right. Alright, let's go. Phase 1, 800 hit points, 2 physicals per turn. Turn 1, we're on defensive already. We are going to cast Fence Spell on Necrosorrow. What that's going to do is speed up the process so Christo knows that casting Beat like that doesn't work on Necrosorrow. Now I'm going to heal Alina because... Okay, we got to increase 1 up. That's perfect. He hits Christo, that's fine. Alright, we're gonna heal Christo. And Christo should cast increase number 2. There it is. Alright, now we're gonna swap out Alina for a Talon, and we're gonna heal all Ragnar. He's really not liking Christo. Alright. We're gonna switch out Christo now for Bray. There, I just wanted to make sure Christo was in a good HP. So, Bray is coffin blocked now. So, we are going to try to lower Necrosorrow's defense so Bray starts casting By-Kill on our party members. Ragnar's gonna do silly things like fling up the Sword of Lethargy, which is fine. Because we don't want to do too much damage to him and pass him into the next phase. Get him, Bray. It should have like a 41.5% chance to work on him, so we're just getting really bad RNG. There it is. Okay. By-Kill on Ragnar, there we go. Okay, we're gonna swap out Ragnar for a ghost. Alright, he by-killed the hero. Now we're gonna swap Talon back out for Alina. And Bray should cast by-kill on her. Alright, there's our setup. We're gonna swap Bray out for Lucia. There's phase 1 down. Alright, he's asleep. We're gonna take out Ragnar, and we're gonna go. He's asleep. Okay. Now we can start using the Sword of Decimation again. This phase has 650 hit points, and he can only attack once. Perfect. We would love it if the hero or the hero or Ragnar make the phase flip. Okay, does he go to sleep? No. Okay, so this is a scary phase. Yep, we just put 3 people to sleep. Lucia wakes up. Okay, snowstorm is fine. Snowstorm is okay. I would really like the hero to wake up, please. That's bad. Okay. Go to sleep? No. Alright. We need the Sword of Decimation to land. We can't hit him now. Okay. Now we want him to go to sleep, like right away. We need to trust in Lucia to heal us. Alright, he's asleep. Alright, I'm gonna take this opportunity to start healing people. Okay. This one you have to swing the first turn. He's on a set pattern. If we've been counting since the beginning of the fight, it's on a 6-turn rotation. We don't want to take the chance. If he uses freezing waves, we lose all of our buffs. So we get his turn is the transition here. So we're gonna try to swing and put him to sleep. Oh. Okay, he's asleep. Great. I'm gonna use 1 turn to try to use the Sword of Decimation. Perfect. He's more vulnerable to it in the green phases than the orange phases, so now we just want to push him into phase 5 as fast as possible. Alright, there we go. Phase 5 has 700 hit points. He can attack physically and he can do some Scorching Breath. Different people handle this differently. I like to take Alina out as fast as possible, so I'm just going to remove her. I'm going to switch her out for Talon right now, and we're going to swing. I want her to be as safe as possible going into phase 7. Yeah, he lost a few hit points, but we're okay. Alright, so now we just want to get him to sleep. Alright, he's asleep. I don't need to use the Sword of Decimation. I'm going to... I'm taking this really defensively. Alright, phase 6 is basically the same as phase 5, just his physicals get a lot stronger, and he's got 700 hit points. We want to try to finish this phase taking Lucia out of the party and having it be Ragnar Ghost Hero going into phase 7 while he's asleep. He's not asleep, so I will attack first. Okay, he's asleep. I'm going to use the Sword of Decimation. Okay. I'm going to heal more Ragnar. Not great. Alright, well, that's the phase change we get. We really hope he falls asleep on the phase change, otherwise we're going to cast Iron Eyes 4 times so that 12 turns pass, so Ragnar learns that flinging up the Sword of Lethargy doesn't do anything. Cast his bounce. He's not asleep, so we're going to go Iron Eyes. Okay. He's got 1,000 hit points this phase, and he regenerates 100 every turn. So what we need to do is we need to get him to sleep, and then we need to lower his defense with the Sword of Decimation, and then we need to push damage as fast as possible. So this is our third Iron Eyes. Last Iron Eyes, and then we'll take a swing. If he uses double freezing waves in a turn, that's totally fine. We lose our buffs, we can get by kill back. What would be really bad is like a double icy gust right away. So Violent Blaze is meh. Alright, so we lose our buffs. He's asleep. I'm taking Lucia out because she'll probably start to heal us, hopefully, while he's asleep. And then I need to use the Sword of Decimation on him. Okay, she's not gonna heal. Wakes up. Didn't work. Okay. I think we're in heal range now, Lucia. There it is. We're gonna switch to Loon with Alina and just start going. He's asleep. We're gonna switch Lucia for Christo for one turn. We're gonna swap Christo for Bray, and he might start casting by kill on us again. Back to sleep. We won. There he is. Oh, got him. I love that fight so much. Awesome. Alright, so time will be when we step out of Zenithia. He's gonna revive all of our dead party members, but they fulfilled their job even in death. They doing that dance of swapping like Alina and Ragnar with the ghosts is really necessary for that setup. So it's really cool to like. That's how we like, you know, manipulate the AI so that Christo casts increase twice. Bray kills by kill on everybody. And then it also keeps Bray safe in the back when we're doing that setup, so we always have a ghost out. He can't be targeted because he's coffin blocked. Oh, we just need to make sure we don't get lost on the way out the door. And we're gonna come in just over 7 hours, so I feel really good about that. We didn't have, you know, the best, but we didn't have the worst RNG either. So 7 hours and 47 minutes. So since we're a little bit early, we can either watch through the end of the credits, or yeah, that's Dragon Warrior 4. One of my favorite RPGs, casually and to speedrun. Thank you for all the GGs. Error, T Murdoch, Rayo, Pojo, Chestjerk, MTI, Rayless, D Bradley, Northrex, D Packus, Anthole, Pojo, Lyra. So yeah, basically then at the end here, we take the balloon around the world and drop everybody off at their respective hometowns. And then everybody actually meets back up at the hero's hometown. But yeah, I'm thinking back to the run. Perfect example of the lighthouse of how it can go horribly wrong and perfectly right. The bosses in the middle went all pretty rough. Like it was a third try Kelion, a third or fourth try Balzac. Alina didn't get any experience from Balzac or Bakor. The metal babble grind was okay. It wasn't really that good, but it was sufficient enough. Esterk was fine. The part that everybody missed, which would have been really cool to have on, was the tournament. I was so worried about Alina's stats that I was trying to scum 11. And then I ended up taking stats that I didn't really love, but it was like, this is probably good enough. And then first tried the tournament, you know, did a unnecessary crit on like Rorik, I think, and an unnecessary crit on Vivian. And then a crit Samson second turn, perfect time to do it. Lingwar was dancing all around, but we got him, you know, so that was all. If there was no technical difficulties around the end of chapter 2, this probably was technically a sub 7-hour run. But yeah. This was about 20 minutes slower than my PB, but still 15 minutes ahead of my estimate. So I am absolutely happy with this run. This is the one that I was most worried about, because the RNG can just wall you sometimes. But chapter 1 also was really good. We had to go to level 7 right away, but you know, you can't complain with the first try Sorrow Shadow. I always like this little part where Talon's like picking up his son like that. I thought that was a cool animation to put in. If anybody out there that's watching wants to learn a Dragon Quest game like Dragon Warrior 4 or any of the other ones, there's a Discord, the DQRTA Discord. We have a compendium that's got notes and data, so we have knowledgeable runners that will answer questions. Very warm and welcoming community. And the RGL community as well is one of the best that I've come across on Twitch as well. Super nice people putting together amazing events like this. Everybody's greeting Mara and Nara back home at Mambaraba. Also a really good this ending song is a really good mashup of like all the themes, all the different characters' themes throughout the game. Still flying around the world in our balloon. Wherever could we be going? That's the cave north of Lakanaba. Oh, we're back in Berlin. And there's the hero's hometown. And Celia came back to life. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite post games for the NES for sure. Even for Dragon Quest in general, it's probably one of my favorite post game like. So, yep, credits are going. I will let the RGL staff decide when to flip things over. Up next, we have the Countess, who actually wrote the quintessential guide for speedrunning Dragon Warrior 4 on Countess.net. He'll be doing Dragon Warrior 3 for the NES, a hard type ROM hack, so that's coming up next, so make sure to stick around. We got plenty of Dragon Quest left. Then after that, I will be back in the morning doing Dragon Warrior 2 for the Game Boy Color. I'll also go ahead and say thank you to RGLtv for putting on this event, and thanks for letting me showcase such a great game. It's always a treat to be able to share this game speedrun with a whole community.